Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear us? It's a little different than the community center. It was kind of like being in a drum. This is a little better designed. I want to welcome everyone tonight to our presentation ceremony. It's approximately 5:06 p.m. First, what I'd like to do is obviously call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone. Hope everyone's proud of their new city hall. It's a beautiful building. A lot of time and effort went into this, and I wanted to make sure that on our first meeting, that we wanted to recognize so many of the people over the years that have, stayed the course, so that in 2016 we can actually sit here tonight and be in this building. But what I'd like to do is, first is my presentation. I'd like to just go back through a little bit and read how this began. But in 1999, Steve Shiver was the mayor, Roscoe Warren was vice mayor, Nick Sincor, Eddie Baronis, and Eliza Perry and myself were on the board. That's when this all began. The conversation about moving downtown, but that was when it began. And then in 2001, Roscoe Warren was the mayor, Linda Bell was the vice mayor. In 2001, Roscoe Warren was the mayor, Steve Losner was the vice mayor, Judy Waldman, Steve Bateman, Eddie Baronis were on the council. In 2003, Roscoe Warren was mayor again, Linda Bell was vice mayor. I was on the council, Amanda Garner, Norman Hodge, Steve Losner, and Judy Waldman. 2005, just to give you an idea of how long this has taken. We're in 2005. Mayor Warren is still the mayor. Steve Losner is still the vice mayor. Judy Waldman is still on the board. Amanda's on the board. It's basically the same council. 2007, Mayor Linda Bell was in charge of the council. John Burgess, Wendy Lobos, Tim Nelson, Melvin McCormick, Nazi Sierra, and Judy Waldman. 2009, Steve Bateman was the mayor, John Burgess, Wendy Lobos, Elvis Maldonado, Stephen Shelley, Judy Waldman, and Mr. Jimmy Williams were the board members. We go to 2011, Steve Bateman, John Burgess, Patricia Faircloth, Judy Waldman, Elvis Maldonado, Jimmy Williams, and Steve Shelley. 2013 was my first year as mayor, Steve Shelley, vice mayor, Elvis Maldonado, Jimmy Williams, John Burgess, Patricia Faircloth, and Judy Waldman. And then today, the board that sits here today, myself as mayor, John Burgess, Patricia Faircloth, vice mayor, Larry Roth, Elvis Maldonado, Jimmy Williams, and Stephen Shelley. And what I'd like to do is, we have some of the prior elected officials in the room, and I see, if I could ask you all to just come forward so that you could be recognized and officially thanked by the community. Mayor Linda Bell, Mayor Steve Shiver, Mayor Nick Sincor, Mayor Roscoe Warren, Norman Hodge. I think I saw Norman here, Councilman Hodge, and Vice Mayor Steve Losner. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fletcher. You're in here too. I apologize.
symbol that we move forward, we have recovered. It also occurred to me that none of us standing there that morning knew that another storm was coming in the form of a financial downturn. It was very nearly as devastating as Hurricane Andrew to this community in the intervening years. And I'll tell you, there were many times that I thought we would never see this day, and I'm glad that we're here. And to the perseverance of not only Mayor Warren's council and the steadfastness that this building is the right thing to do, but the current council putting the politics of some prior administrations aside and doing the right thing and moving forward. And I hope that this stands as a symbol to everybody who knows about Homestead that we're no longer the hurricane victim, that we're the new Homestead, and let's let this building stand as a symbol to what we can be in the future and not a victim of our past.
I think this building provides a shining example of a community that has rebuilt itself over many years. I hope it's an opportunity for young people to get involved in the local government and start moving this city continually into the future. Thank you.
This is a great day, and as I was driving up and taking a look, I just didn't remember when I looked at the plans over and over again and we approved them, I didn't remember it being this big. And as I'm driving up, I'm like, wow, this is big. So Steve, congratulations. It really is beautiful, though, and I know it will be in perpetuity. I know it says 100 years, but we'll just say for someone my age that it will be here in perpetuity. It was a pleasure working with this group. It was a pleasure working with Mayor Warren's council and approving this and working for this, and it is a great day to be here. And I just want to congratulate everybody. I was going to bring the big picture of the ribbon cutting, of the groundbreaking, because there was two groundbreakings, groundbreaking A and groundbreaking B. And we were part of groundbreaking A. And I was going to bring that and show that to everybody. And I thought, no, they'll probably have it here. Jeff, where is yours? Yeah, it should be right here. So anyway, so I just want to congratulate everybody. This is a really, really good day. Congratulations to all of us.
There's always a benefit to speaking last with a group of politicians because I can take a little bit of each one of their speeches and add it together, make sense. But in 1999, when we started talking about moving the City Hall from downtown, we had a lot of angst at that time. There were people in the community that had always had it there since '72, I think it was constructed, and didn't really understand the difficulties or the challenges we were facing back then with the City Hall. And an investment in downtown, any historic district, coming from a government entity is the best way to incentivize and to get growth moving along. Here, our police station, the Seminole Theater, it's a privilege to stand here and be able to speak to you, and to take part in this process. But it's even more of a privilege to stand here in front of these folks who stayed the course and actually had the strength to really move and to make this happen and come to fruition. So my hat's off to every one of you current elected officials. And of course, our city manager, where'd he go? Then perfect entrance. City Manager Gretzis for driving the boat, doing such a great job in keeping everybody focused. This is a 100-year building, but as Commissioner Bell said, no matter what, this building will be here, and it is, believe me, the rock that built downtown Homestead. Thank you.
I want to just say that I want to recognize Ms. Campbell. Ms. Campbell's been everything to Homestead, and what we did is we looked back through. That's what we need. Look, we're tweaking this right now, so help us as we learn our new building, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to, because up here you sound like you're very, very loud. The acoustics are totally different. Yeah, I did. But Ms. Campbell, we went back through the records and looked at our 1999 discussions, and that's how this kind of folded into making this move and inviting. We invited everyone, and obviously everyone's not able to make it. And hopefully some of those members that weren't able to make tonight's meeting can come when we do our ceremonial ribbon cutting and let people come in and actually explore and get a feeling of their building. Because this building is their building. This is the community's building. And I wanted everybody to realize the length of time and the amount of effort and all the people that were involved in this. And this, again, is a significant challenge for a small community to do this. And I wanted everybody to recognize the leadership that made this happen and that we could be here tonight talking in this beautiful building. But I want to thank you all for coming. We wanted to also tonight recognize Patty Sullivan. Patty is retiring. Where's Patty? Patty. Patty's been, one of those people in the clerk's office that whatever you need done, however you need it done, she gets it done. And we're very proud as a team to be able to stand here tonight and wish you the best as you go forward. And thank you for your contribution to the city in the past. And come back and see us whenever you get. I know you're not moving away, but just wanted to give a little presentation to you. It basically says, Patty Sullivan, for your unwavering commitment of service to this community, you have served the city of Homestead with steadfast grace and character. May you enjoy your well-deserved retirement, and wherever the road may lead, 2016, Mayor and City Council.
I just want to say it's truly been an honor and a privilege to be part of the City of Homestead family. And city manager's office and everybody here have been so wonderful, and I'm so proud of the progress that's been made. And this beautiful council chambers, I'm going to have to come back, not as an employee, but come here and watch you guys in action, because it's just gorgeous. Thank you.
Y'all want to come down and get a picture with Patty? Patty, clerk's there. She got a.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council of the City of Homestead. My name is Pamela L. Lattimore, and I presently serve as the City Clerk for the City of North Miami Beach, and also as the Florida Association of City Clerks Southeast Director. Tonight, I have a resolution for your retiring clerk, and it simply states that on behalf of the over 540 members of the Florida Association of City Clerks, Patty, we're going to miss you. A resolution of the Florida Association of City Clerks recognizing the retirement of Patricia Sullivan, CMC, Deputy City Clerk of the City of Homestead, Florida. Whereas Patricia Sullivan, CMC, has been the Deputy City Clerk for the City of Homestead for 12 years and will retire on March 16, 2016. And whereas Patricia has been an active participant of the Florida Association of City Clerks throughout the years, and whereas Patricia achieved her CMC, Certified Municipal Clerks designation, and continued to further her education, and whereas Patricia carried out the duties and responsibilities of the City Clerk's office to the best of her abilities, utilizing and sharing her knowledge and expertise, much of which was enhanced by her participation in FACC and in its conferences and educational seminars. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Florida Association of City Clerks that the Florida Association of City Clerks offers its sincere appreciation and best wishes on behalf of all members to Patricia Sullivan, CMC, for her years of professionalism and dedication to the City Clerk. The resolution shall take effect immediately upon an authentication of the signatures of the President and President-elect, Tracy Ackroyd Howe, MMC President, Chevelle Newbin, MMC President-elect, and myself, Pamela L. Lattimore, Southeast Director for the Florida Association of City Clerks. Congratulations, Patty.
Patty, we would like to express our appreciation and gratitude for your years of service to this council, City Clerk's office, and this community. And we hope that it will continue to burn brightly as this flame. Again, thank you for all your support and dedication to the clerk's office. And we congratulate you and wish you the very best for your future.
Thank you so much.
We will miss you.
Congratulations, Patty. Next presentation is from Homestead Elementary K through 8 and Laura Saunders Elementary. Vice Mayor Fairclough.
Good evening, everyone. As the liaison from the council to the City of Homestead's Education Committee, I am privileged to work alongside of community members to support and promote all of our local schools. Oftentimes you hear that letter grade attached to the schools, but there's so much more going on in our local schools that you may not be aware of. So the City of Homestead's Education Committee is committed to promoting all of our local schools. So on tonight, I am honored to have two principals whom I've had the privilege to work alongside of and underneath, and they will be here on this evening to promote the programs that's happening in their schools, but more importantly, to talk about some magic that is happening in their classrooms. And we have here this evening Ms. Barbara Levier Brown, Principal, Laura C. Saunders Elementary School, and Ms. Tammy Edward, Principal, West Homestead K-8 Center, and they will present in that order.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. My name is Barbara Levier Brown, the proud principal of Laura C. Saunders Elementary School. Oh, click. Okay, here I go. There we go. The mission, I'm not going to read because we all know how to read, but I want you to, these are the takeaways from Laura C. Saunders, our mission. Our mission is independent, lifelong academic, successful, healthy learners by working in partnership with families and community, and that's all of us. The vision of Laura C. Saunders Elementary School is to build a provision of the best possible educational experiences for the boys and girls at Laura C. Saunders and the community. I can go on, and this is just a snippet of those partnerships that we have formed a bond with. One of the partnerships that we have is churches. I believe in community. I believe in having the ideal that it takes a village to raise a child. So upon my first day of being appointed as the principal, myself and my colleague, we hit the community. We went to churches, we went to the stores, we invited them out to come and register who we were, what we stood for, and that our doors were open. So one of the first places we did go was to the churches. One of the churches, St. Paul's Missionary, which is right in the backyard of Laura C. Saunders, Pastor Stiles, he adopted us. Also along with Speedway Community Church and New Thing Fellowship. One of the things those churches do is once a month I have something called beautification. We just had that event this past Saturday, and it's just about forming bonds, mentoring, helping us clean, just getting down to figuring out what it is that we need to do for the boys and girls, beautifying that school. We have an awesome educational garden. We have the Hammond Brown Foundation. This is a free after-school tutorial program, enrichment program. Whatever the boys and girls needs, we run it through the Hammond Brown Foundation after school. We have morning tutorial. The majority of our boys and girls are migrant, which means they travel with the crops. They travel with the crops. A lot of them register the day after Labor Day, the week after Labor Day, and by the time it's March, they go with the crops, they leave. I have about 703 boys and girls, pre-K to grade 5. We have an hour of tutorial. Every child gets tutored because we all have some shortcomings. Some of them are reading, some of them are math, whatever the child needs. We are the doctors. We give them what they need. Those are my babies. If you take a look, you'll see we have after school, we have small group tutorial, we have morning tutorial, and during the reading and language arts blocks, the boys and girls go according to their independent reading or math level to the teacher, and the teacher prescribes their needs on their level. The whole group instruction is grade level, but the small group instruction is on the child's level. We have something called, it's elementary, we have to be cute. This year our theme is superheroes, we're all superheroes. Positive behavior support, PBS. We focus on the positive. Every child has something good. Every parent has something that they can assist us with. We focus on the positive. Boys and girls have mentors. Everyone in the school, from the custodian to the clerical to the principal to the assistant principal, has a child that he or she will mentor. When children do the right thing, they get superhero bucks. And on Friday, children eat in less than 2 minutes, right? On Fridays, if they have enough superhero bucks, they get a chance to go to the cyber cafe and they play. But you need to earn your way in there. So they love those superhero bucks. It's magic. An extension of services, I have an additional counselor, that's a success coach. He works with and identified boys and girls who have either have difficulties in academics, maybe their home life is not so great. So he is targeting a group of boys and girls, and he meets with them on an individual basis. Sometimes it's a small group. Whatever their needs are, he's the go-to person for those boys and girls. Of course, we have the grants again, and we have Early Bird Media Center. And what that is, instead of the media center opening up at 8:20 when school bell rings, the media center is open up at 7:30. If we get them to read, we get them on level, we want them to enjoy reading.
So we open up the media center bright and early, we get them in. And those are just a couple of things that happens at Lower C. Saunders Elementary. I can go on, but I'm being timed. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Edward.
Greetings. My name is Tammy Edward. I am the proud principal of West Homestead K-8 Center. I thank you all for having us here tonight. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be here and speak before you on behalf of our school. We are the home of the mighty Mustangs, and we take great pride in that. Our theme for our school is inspiring greatness in our future leaders. We really try to instill self-pride in our students and make sure that they know that they have some type of abilities within themselves and they are the future of this community and they need to be working towards being the leader that they can be and the best that they can be each and every day. Our students, we have them preparing for the future. We always tell them it's not about what happens just inside our building, but also what happens beyond our building. We're preparing them for the real world by having them get ready for high school and thinking about college and career readiness. We want them to be ready for the 21st century. Right now we have approximately 783 students. Our primary population is 70% Hispanic, and we have approximately 30% Black students. So we have a large dynamic there, and it definitely makes for interesting conversations among the students, but it also helps us to help them to be able to get along and learn how to bridge the gap between working within themselves and their communities. With academics, we have instructional coaches in our building. They help our teachers with reading, math, science, and civics. We have 4 coaches, and they help our teachers with planning and with instructional resources and gathering information that may help them to become stronger teachers in the classroom. We have interventionists, and we have a pre-K classroom. We have 1 pre-K classroom with the little babies, and you see them there with their teacher, and they have a paraprofessional in that classroom. Also have our first 8th grade class this year, so we're very proud of that. We have a full complement now. We're a true K-8 center. And we have after-school care programs within our school. We have Girl Scouts and we have YMCA. They service approximately 100 of our students each day, and we partner with them, and they also help us with our tutoring and also with our technology programs that we use within our school. We have a large ELL population, that's the English language learners. For that, we have ESOL teachers who help with that within the classroom, and we also have paraprofessionals who work with those students who are in the middle school. We are under construction very soon. We're having a new building built for our middle school. Those renovations are set to begin in the summer of 2016, which is very rapidly approaching. That building will be state-of-the-art with our science labs. It will have technology labs as well. We're getting a new PE locker room, and you'll see a new face on that school. It will be the back of the building will be now on the other side, and the front of the building will be changed to the direction over near Lucy Street. So that's very exciting for us, and there are a lot more renovations that go into that. We have also positive behavior support for our students. We use the incentive program of having Mustang Bucks, and we have a Mustang store. The students can go in there and they can buy supplies. We've had the student government come up with a list of items that the students want, and local churches have been working with us to provide incentives, and they help stock the store for our students as well. We have the district core values that we use with our students. We also have in-house core values that we work with, and our main goal is to make sure that our students are coming to school, because attendance isn't always real important to our population of students, so that is a big push that we give. We give class incentives as well as teacher incentives for coming to school. We have a lot of activities for our students. This is our first year having a student government association within our middle school. That's worked really well. The students like to come in because they get to have their one-on-one with me, and they're telling me what they want. They're the voice, and we try to teach them to have a voice and why it's important to use the democratic way of thinking and way of doing things within the school. We become a National Elementary Honor Society school this year. We have 17 charter members with that, and they're excited, and we're working with them very closely to help them to build capacity in leadership through that honor society. We're a No Place for Hate school. We started that last year, and we're continuing with the activities. Students do nonviolent activities. We have speakers come in and teach the students how to get along and how to be mentors and allies for one another so that they can learn to have that type of voice as well. We have a lot of different clubs and activities, and the students participate in the Fairchild Challenge, which is really built around STEM activities. We have the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence for our boys, and we are now starting to start a wings program for our girls. We also have after school a cooking program called Common Threads. Our students come to that, they love that, and they're participating in that. We do that once a week for 10-week cycles, and then we get a new group of students. So that's been very popular with our students this year. We are really big on trying to reach out to our community and get the parents involved. The big push this year has been and last year to develop activities, and we have a monthly calendar. We have a school year calendar based on the Parent Academy. They come in and they do workshops for our parents, and that's been going really well. We've been teaching the kids to give back to the community, but a lot of people give to our school. So this year our big push was been to form a committee for community involvement, and our students have been going out into the community and giving back by gathering Thanksgiving baskets, doing a toy drive for other needy people in the community, those kinds of things, so that they can realize that it's not just about receiving, but you also need to be a viable part of your society. We have technology in our building. We have smart boards and Prometheans. We have computer labs and laptops, and we use those within our building to help students to get up to speed with being tech savvy, because that's a part of the way the world is right now. But in our middle school, we have accelerated courses, and we have the math, the algebra that our students take, and they're able to use the laptops and the tablets with that as well, only in those classrooms. Their textbooks are imported onto those laptops, those tablets, and they get to do those courses through that. Next year, we're excited because we will be offering Microsoft Office systems for our students, and that's a way for them to get CT certification so that they can get those credits and be able to use that in the real world as well. We have special area classes. Our kids love, the special areas, and we make sure that that's an integral part of what we do each day. We have the strings program and a fabulous art teacher who actually is an artist, and he does great activities with our students. And that's pretty much a big thank you to each of you. I want to tell you our theme each day that we tell our students is that we have Mustang pride, and we always remind them that Mustangs are polite and positive, responsible, inquisitive, determined, eager, and ready to learn, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Edouard and Principal Levier Brown. And just to highlight just a bit, Ms. Edouard had mentioned that the school will be undergoing general obligation bond upgrades beginning summer 2006. This is compliments of the $1.2 billion general obligation bond by Miami-Dade County Public Schools, as well as $775,000 of City of Homestead CRA dollars. So this further amplifies and exemplifies the City of Homestead's commitment to education, and that is attributed to my colleagues up here. So thank you so much for your support of West Homestead K-8 Center, and if there's anything that we can do to further support you, please do not hesitate to let us know. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next is the Officers of the Month, Brad Leeden and Carlos Garcia. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. We're here tonight to honor two of our finest here in the city of Homestead. These gentlemen give of themselves each and every day for every one of the citizens here, and I'm proud to be here tonight as we get to honor them as Officers of the Month. So if I could call the Chief, the command staff down here to help me with this honor. I think it's especially important in today's world that we honor the gentlemen and the ladies that go out each and every day and risk their lives for us. So I'm very honored to be here tonight as we go on with honoring these two gentlemen.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager, and distinguished guests, welcome. My name is Captain Raymond DeJean. On behalf of the Chief of Police, Alexander Roll, and his command staff and the entire Homestead Police Department, we present to you Officers of the Month for the month of August 2015 and September 2015. Officer Brad Leeden and Officer Carlos Garcia. Officer Brad Leeden is a 25-year veteran of the Homestead Police Department starting in 1990. He is assigned as a senior officer on the afternoon shift. He is on our SWAT team. He's a special weapons and tactics expert and is a departmental armorer. During the month of August, on August 19, 2015, at approximately 7:53 p.m., Officer Leeden responded to a sticker engine person call, a female unresponsive, no pulse. When he got there, he assessed the situation and indeed found that she was not breathing and no pulse. Officer Leeden quickly acted, advised dispatch of what he had, and began CPR. After several minutes of performing life-saving measures, he was able to get her breathing and responsive. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue responded on scene, and she was transported to the hospital in stable condition. In addition to that call, during the month of August, Officer Leeden handled 62 calls for service, 71 times as a backup officer, wrote 11 incident reports, wrote 2 field contact reports, issued 2 traffic citations, and made 2 felony arrests, and handled numerous security checks. Officer Leeden has taken great pride in being a law enforcement officer. He continues to vigorously serve, protect the citizens of Homestead. Officer Leeden's attention to detail and dedication to duty is keeping with the highest traditions of law enforcement and reflects distinct credit of the city of Homestead, Homestead Police Department, and himself. Congratulations, Brad.
Officer Leeden, with gratitude, we thank you for your distinguished service above and beyond the call of duty, and that's from the mayor and all of council and all the citizens of the city of Homestead. Congratulations, and thank you for all that you do.
In addition to that, Officer Leeden will be receiving the Life Saving Award, and this is Officer Leeden's second Life Saving Award. K-9 Officer Carlos Garcia, Officer of the Month, September 2015. Officer Garcia has been with the City of Homestead as an employee since 2005, starting off with our Code Compliance Unit. In 2009, he was hired as a full-time police officer, and he later became a K-9 officer assigned to day shift patrol. In the month of September 2015, Officer Garcia handled 159 calls for service, responded to backup officers 92 times, wrote 14 incident reports, wrote 3 traffic citations, wrote 3 field contact reports, deployed his K-9 partner 8 times for 4 alarm calls, 2 searches, and 2 technical incidents. Though there are several incidents worthy of mention, one particular incident stands out. On September 22nd of 2015, Officer Garcia was on patrol with another trainee officer when a bank robbery in progress occurred. Units converged on the area, and officers gave a description of the subject and the getaway vehicle. Officer Garcia responded to the area and noticed a vehicle matching the description westbound on Northeast 8th Street. Officer Garcia orchestrated a felony traffic stop with the other responding officers. When they approached the vehicle, Officer Garcia advised that one of the subjects matched the description. When questioning the subject in fact advised that he was the one that robbed the bank. Officer Garcia was able to recover thousands of stolen dollars from the bank. The FBI took over the investigation and was grateful for Officer Garcia's sharp attention to detail. Officer Garcia begins each tour of duty vigilant with a resolve to seek out crime and maintain the safety of our community. Officer Garcia shows he truly cares about the community and strives to make Homestead a safer city. Congratulations, Carlos.
Certificate of recognition presented to K-9 Officer Carlos Garcia of the Homestead Police Department. It is with gratitude we thank you for your distinguished service above and beyond the call of duty. The City of Homestead salutes you on this day, March 16th. Jeff Porter, Mayor. Congratulations and thank you to you also.
Just like to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess, and congratulations to both officers. The next item is recognition of Pastor Michael Stiles, pastor of St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. Mr. Williams.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to present a prolific person in the popular personality of Pastor Michael Stiles. And we were noticing that our chamber is not yet quite efficient as what we would like it to be, but I want to take this opportunity to thank staff for all of the work that they have done. But I want to ask the pastor if he will come forward if he can. Pastor Stiles has pastored in our beloved community for quite some time now, and he's had some trials that he's turned into triumphs. And so I thought it not indicative of today to recognize he and his congregation. If his congregation is here with him, would you please stand wherever you are? St. Paul is one of the bedrock congregations in the Southwest area that has been there over 100+ years. And so this pastor and his leadership and his family has come to the town and really taken charge of it. And I thought it not robbery to honor him today and tell him thank you for the great work that you're doing and for your tenacity in what you have been doing at St. Paul. And this is just a small token of our appreciation. It says, Pastor Michael Stiles, in recognition of the beautified ministry you have provided to our community, Councilman Jimmy L. Williams III, March 16, 2016. And we chose a journal that you can pen your items in what you're doing as you collect your sermons and as you spend time with God. You're able to journalize that with this occasion. So thank you so much for what you do for us and our community here in Homestead. Thank you so much, Pastor. And if I can say one other thing, and it was such impeccable time in Vice Mayor. The pastor was telling me today earlier that he had had a community partnership with Laura Sanders this weekend and did a complete cleanup, he and his volunteers. And so it was an impeccable time to have them here today. And they even highlighted you, so they stole a little bit of my thunder. But I want to say thank you again, my brother, and continue to grow and blossom and turn this particular incident into a triumph. And you've done a magnificent job. Thank you, Pastor.
To this great council, to our mayor, to our vice mayor, to the great city of Homestead. I moved here about 3 years ago, and I'm that type pastor that I just don't be about changing, but I make changes or help to make changes, all the way from being able to partner with our police department to certain situations to our school systems. This is not just the city of Homestead community, but this is all our community, and each and every one of us can make a difference. Amen.
Congratulations, Pastor Stiles. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This time I'd like to call the CRA Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. It's at 6 o'clock. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Maldonado. Here. Board Member Williams. Board Member Roth.
Here.
Board Member Burgess.
Here.
Board Member Shelley. Here. Vice Chairwoman Faircloth. Here. Chairman Porter.
Here. Any additions, deletions, or deferrals? None? On tab 1, is there approval of the minutes? Mr. Williams?
Mayor, I hit that like 3 minutes ago.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move it. Second.
Any questions, Ms. Faircloth? No? Okay, we're working on it. Working on it. Okay. All in favor of the minutes? We did that? No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Tab 2. Mr. Steve?
You hear me? Good. Tab 2 is
This is a resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the allocation of commercial improvement grant funds, approving a grant agreement, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. The CRA staff recommends that the CRA board approve the resolution authorizing the allocation of commercial enhancement grant funds to Entall Industries, Inc. at 1200 Northwest 4th Street, Homestead, Florida. The amount is $25,000. Members of the board, some questions came up at the last meeting regarding some of the items being funded in this grant application. We've addressed these items in some detail in a memo that we attached to the CAR. In short, the scope of work is permitted by the program. It's consistent with past practices, and we recommend approval of this grant application.
Questions from the board? Mr. Williams?
Yes. Yeah, I've read your, who drafted this memo? Was that Mr. Amarato or was that you?
Both of us together.
Who do I address my questions to?
You can address them to me.
Okay, thank you. In your memo, you state that there was some confusion. There was no confusion that night. I was very right in what my state of mind was. And then number 2, I did not indicate that there was any violations of the terms. If you go back to the minutes on page 6 and 7, I simply say that I raised concerns. I didn't say that you all were violating. I think you all, I was going to respond in a written document, but I said I better not do that because it's been very extensive to rebut some of your statements that you all make. And so I was very unpleased with your memo as you alleged that I had said a few things that I did not say, and that if you're going to do that going forward, that you at least have the courtesy to read the minutes and then to respond with the words choice that I use and not something that you all have chosen, because it sends a mixed message. Then I also stated that we would move the grant application along forward, and what my recommendations was to add to the list so there would not be any ambiguity in the words or a misinterpretation of what is covered, such as the word fixtures. We can debate about the word fixtures and what's covered in your eligible list, but I think going forward, if you just bring it back to the board, add some things that you've seen that needs to be tweaked to enhance the list, that way when applicants come, it's very clear, concise, and define exactly what is covered, then to respond in a manner that you all responded to me, addressing certain things within your memorandum. So, as I said before, I did not hold up the grant process, and I still, at this point in time, kind of not really particularly debating the semantics of what you have all written, but I wasn't holding the application up, nor did I try to do that. I'm actually kind of recommending that we move forward. And I still stand on the same grounds as I did last week to state that if some of the things that you all listed in here are not covered, but you all say that I said violate the terms of the document, which I did not say. Okay?
Councilman Williams, I just want to say with regard to your recommendation, I agree with that, and we would love the opportunity to come forward and clear up any ambiguities that there may be in this document in the future, and we will take that recommendation seriously and move it forward.
Yeah, all I said was I had concerns, and talked to me about the concerns that I had at the time. So that's all, Mayor. Thank you. I moved the application.
Properly moved. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone that's interested to speak for or against this application, you're welcome to at this point. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait 1 second. What we got to do is before each of us vote, we need to make ourselves present. See.
Board Member Maldonado?
Yes.
Board Member Burgess?
Yes.
Board Member Williams?
Yes.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Faircloth?
Yes.
Chairman Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. One last thing. The clerk told me I forgot to close the vote. The vote is closed. The motion carries, passed. So, tab 3, Mr. Attorney.
Redevelopment Agency, Board of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the allocation of residential improvement grant funds, approving a grant agreement, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
CRA staff recommends the CRA board approve the resolution authorizing the allocation of housing rehabilitation funds to the following applicant: Janet Fontes, 506 Northwest 8th Avenue, Homestead, Florida 33030. Applicant is recommended to receive up to $15,000. At the last meeting, we talked about the issue of emergency repair grants. We did clarify in the memo that we sent to the council that the grants back in, I believe it was 2011, were, I'm sorry, it was in 2014. The grants basically all became, they were brought together. So it's basically we can combine different types of grants, but that in this particular instance, we're probably not going to get past the emergency repair grants because of that's about as much as the funding will allow.
Questions from the council, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, this is another one of those piece I think we need to have some adjustment on. If we don't offer such emergency repair, we have combined, then I think it will be advantageous for us to just take those words out. So whatever they apply for or whatever's covered, there's not like a section that says emergency or a section that just says resident. No, that it's one program, and from those from that one program, these are all the items that are covered. Whether it's an emergency or however we talk about the semantics of it, but it should just be one grant, not 3 sections of the grant. And that's my recommendation as it was for last. And then my question was that the windows that we're replacing, are we replacing all of the windows? That way it's, if there's any more money that's available to do that left from what the roof after that is done,
yes,
are all the windows going to be replaced instead of the ones that need just to be repaired?
First of all, we replace the windows only if they're broken. So if they're not broken, then no, they're not all replaced. But we do have a requirement that shutters be put in. That's really the most expensive part, be included with the. So that project may end up being too expensive to fit under the $15,000, and then we'd have to go to a different, because remember, we have the roof, and that's the place where we start.
Right, right. And my concern was that if you replace one window, you're going to put one shutter up. That's what I was trying to get to, because it didn't make any sense. You're going to replace one window and then put a shutter up on that one window.
No, sir. We would have to put shutters on all the windows.
Right. So when it just
we may
need to amend this, that if we replace one window, that if we're going to spend that kind of money and push some shutters up, that we do it. I think the process needs to be relooked at.
I agree, and I think
hopefully that you all can bring back to us, the same process by which we approve them, but include some, tweak the program that needs to be tweaked so that it's more up to date to what we're at, and based on your experiences that you all are getting in the office there.
Yeah, we'll tweak the language and we'll bring it back to the board. We'll tweak the language so that it reflects, the way that we actually operate and reflects what you're suggesting.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I move the application.
Properly moved. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. At this time, this is a public hearing. You're more than welcome to come and speak for or against this application at this time. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? Okay, all of us vote present. We're already present.
Board Member Shelley?
Hold on one second, Clerk, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Shelley? Yes. Board Member Maldonado?
Yes.
Board Member Williams?
Yes.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Burgess?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Faircloth?
Yes.
Chairman Porter?
Yes. Motion carries. Anything under reports, Mr. Manager? Stephen, anything under reports? Any comments from the public at this time in the CRA? Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting? Is there a second? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to your new City Hall building. Quite the celebration tonight. We're knocking some bugs out of our new building. So we're playing with microphones and trying to make sure that everybody can hear us properly, but they're playing with it in the back, we're playing with it up here, so we're learning the new building, but thank you all for being here and welcome. At this time, I'd like to call the Wednesday, March 16, 2016 council meeting to order. It's approximately 6:17 p.m. The invocation will be by Pastor Russell Black, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Police Explorers. Would you all please stand?
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you tonight for the opportunity to meet together and to conduct the public business. And we thank you for the freedom to open a meeting in prayer. We thank you for the freedom to express ourselves evenly and openly. And we thank you for the freedom to worship as we see fit. We thank you for the wonderful things that are happening in this community at this time. This building is one representation of that. And we thank you for each one of these elected officials. We thank you for the city staff. We thank you for the public servants. We thank you for the police personnel. We thank you for the firemen. We thank you for all those that serve this community. We lift up our community to you. We thank you for the schools. We pray for our schools. We pray for the teachers. We pray for the children that are in our schools. We pray for the businessmen and the businesswomen in this community. And finally, we ask that you would give us wisdom tonight to conduct the business of the government. We ask that you would cause the overall economic conditions of the city to improve, bringing new jobs and better jobs and more industry to this city so that those that are struggling will be able to provide for their families. And finally, we just ask for your protection over our city. We ask that you would protect our citizens. We ask that you protect our police. We ask you protect those that serve in this community day in and day out. And we just thank you once again for for your blessings on the city. And we bless the city of Homestead. We bless the city of Florida City. We bless the southern part of this county. And it's in the name of Jesus Christ that we pray. Amen.
Thank you. May you please be seated? Pastor Black, thank you for your invocation, and to the Police Explorers for their participation in the flag. Next item is roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess. Here. Councilman Roth.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
Councilman Maldonado.
Here.
Councilman Shelley. Vice Mayor Faircloth.
Here.
Mayor Porter.
Here. Next item on the agenda is a public comment section. We're going to set the timer for a three-minute comment section, and obviously the timer will be on the top. You're welcome. Welcome, ladies.
Good evening. My name is Antoinette Rivera, and I'm part of the Mayor's Youth Council. MYC is a youth council aimed towards getting youth to participate more in their communities and provide opportunities and experiences to high school students within city limits. I joined MYC to attain real-world experience and to further enrich the knowledge I had already obtained. Through this program, we've been exposed to so many opportunities that we would have never been given otherwise. This spring break is an example. We're planning a trip to Philadelphia. We're visiting to expand our horizons at the birthplace of democracy. Some of the highlights of this trip include visiting the National Constitution Center and meeting with the Mayor's Youth Council of Philadelphia to have a joint visioning summit in order to create a plan to get more of our peers involved with civics in their communities. A visioning summit like this is important, especially right now as many youths are turning away from the government and are not taking active roles to influence their peers positively. As we all know, these trips aren't free. We're relying on donations and are calling on our allies in the community to help support us as we move forward. We are currently accepting any donations, and you can speak with Vice Mayor Patricia Faircloth or Jeremy Mason if you'd like to donate. Any amount would be greatly appreciated. Please call our office if you want to support us. $500 pays for one student to go. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Seeley, and I am also a member of Mayor's Youth Council, also dubbed MYC. And I stand before you to disclose the fact that the current aims of Mayor's Youth Council, we are starting the initiation of the Coins of College Achievement Community Scholarship. And what this is for high school seniors, they would apply who they have been accepted to a full-time accredited 2-year or a 4-year college or university, and they will be awarded $500. So now we basically rely on the outreach of our communities. We would have people who would willingly donate to the cause, and those who apply will get the $500 that they are awarded. The deadline to apply is May 13th, 2016, and our goal is to reach out to as many high schools within the city of Homestead. And this $500 scholarship will be facilitated to those who are willing to promote a rigorous educational sphere for high-achieving students who reside in the city of Homestead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Mr. Williams?
Mayor, this is
for the Vice Mayor, Lincoln University, which is located in Missouri, has reached out to do a tour homestead. They're typically were agriculture in their component of their discipline of their university, and they're offering full scholarships to those who want to achieve or get a degree in agriculture. And they want to do a tour of all the Homestead high schools to be able to offer, and I think it's a grade point average of 3.0. So they'll be able to go for a full ride if they're going to major in agriculture here in their, if that's what they would like to do in their discipline. So I told them at the next meeting I would make a public declaration to the Vice Mayor who would lead that charge, and hopefully as they come, I'll put them in touch with you, and you can schedule the schools that we can visit during their arrival. And so they spend a great amount of time, and they just did an exchange program with some of the other countries in the world. So they wanted to come to Homestead and provide full ride scholarships to our residents and youth who attend our schools here in the city of Homestead. That includes charter, public, private, doesn't matter.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Public comments are still open. You're welcome to come forward at this time. Name and address for the record, please.
Kevin Sullivan, 1860 Southeast 6th Court. Mr. Mayor, it's a very good week for me. You know that project I've been beating you up on for 2 years, the sidewalk on Kingman Road. They started working on it today. So I thank you for that. I also want to thank the director of the parks for working so hard to clean that area out. Now, to the main reason I came up. 1 month ago, I stood here and I said that having anybody from outside the city of Homestead sitting on any commission, any board, is not in the best interest of the residents of the city of Homestead. Mr. Williams, who lives about 500 miles north of here, got up to remind you and me that sometimes these boards take special talents. Well, I'm telling you, the residents of the city of Homestead have all the talent is needed. There's 65,000 residents here. You people sitting up here can come up with people that can sit on any board. They have the knowledge, they have the skills. Yet, even after saying that, I'm looking at this list you're proposing to put on the Charter Review Committee. 3 of the 7, which is allowed by the way the ordinance is written, are not city residents. Those people are going to be making determinations that they don't even get to vote. I'm telling each and every one of you, stop, think about it. Give us city residents the credit for having intelligence and foresight to determine our future. Thank you.
Hello, you guys. I'm Norbert Suarez. I live at 347 Northeast, 34th Terrace, Homestead, Florida, 33033, and Vice Mayor Patricia Fairclough District. I have to give this to the city clerk. Today I'll be talking about a concern I'm having since years now about our Homestead trolley system. I only specify only for the east and west route. I'm not talking about anything about the downtown route. The downtown route, for the moment, based on my knowledge, is doing great. That means kudos to the city. I give a document I wrote. I apologize that my writing is a little bit weak, as you will see. It's recommendations to fix the route, the east and west route. You will see in the bottom, it says helpful links, 2 different maps I made in routebuilder.org. And one, it says the current route, it has almost 20 miles. And then there's the proposed route I established. It can go to all the stops are going now in the trolley system for 4 miles less, and will add more places the trolley would go. Right now, you will have a copy of the beautiful map the city Public Information Office made. Sorry, a little bit nervous here. That means you see me, I stuttering. You will see I highlighted or circled 3 different stops that has to be removed. It's not necessary to this route. Nobody uses these stops. You're lucky enough, you only see 1 person in these stops. That means you will see in the list I have here, the first thing is to establish a trolley schedule. Unfortunately, people are waiting for hours on a trolley without knowing what time it's going to pass or what time it's breaking down. And also, in the second one is proposing to change the route to be more efficient. The third recommendation is to establish a city trolley ad program to help small businesses in the area of the city limit. This is a idea the city of Coral Gables and other cities are doing to have more funding in our trolley system. This funding would help to increase the opportunities of this route can have 2 trolleys working at the same time, and also to help our small businesses in the city limit. And the fourth one, I know it's complicated, is to establish a city trolley advisory board with city residents and city council members or city staff to help and resolve issues in our future or now with the city trolley system. That's all I have today, and I still have time. Thank you for your time, and you need any information, my info's in the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. If you'll remember at the last council meeting, I brought this to the attention. I had the honor and the privilege of meeting this young gentleman back in November, and I brought it to the attention of our staff. I know they've been out working on it, but I certainly want to thank you for following up on what you had brought to myself and Vice Mayor Fairclough's attention. Julio Brea is our Public Works Director. I'm sure he'll give you a card so that he can be in contact with you and share your ideas back and forth with him. But I want to thank you for coming out tonight and reiterating what I had brought up to our staff last month, and we'll make sure that we work on it for you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Yes, ma'am.
Shirley Solis, 18755 Southwest 272nd Street. First of all, I want to congratulate you on the progress, because there's definitely a beautiful building that we're standing on, and we're definitely able to enjoy that. So we see that there's progress in our city for government. We definitely know that economic progress is coming to our city, but I want to bring your attention to one progress that is definitely going backwards, and it's the progress of family. The way that we see it, there's over a 50% divorce rates in all families today. It's not that people don't want to work things out, it's that people just don't have solutions. Second, suicide is the second leading rate for children dying today. Did you know that it's not, heart disease or anything else? For children, it's suicide. Third of all, 67% of all children in high school are doing drugs. That means that out of all of the people here, 67% of your children are involved in drugs, which eventually will lead to alcohol, and it would also be, sex outside of marriage for those people that are wanting to stay pure. So what I'm standing here today is as a family catalyst and beginning to make an immediate impact in our community in the area of family. I've created a system that I believe has worked with a lot of families. I've been doing online coaching for 4 years now, and it's a program that I've implemented in the entire United States, even with people abroad. So what I want to do today is, first of all, invite you all to attend a meeting, everyone here in the audience, your friends, your coworkers, to a half-day workshop that I'm going to be hosting this Saturday at the William Dickinson Community Center from 9 in the morning to noon. If you would please write down the website that has all of the information, it's 305mom.com. That's me, 305mom.com. Second, I would like to propose a meeting with all of you to be able to find a partnership, to create a partnership to find out how we can reach the schools. Because the truth is that I cannot do this work alone. I have an amazing system. I have a proven track record. I have an accountability program that I can help these parents. I've seen them. I've helped parents stay together. I've helped parents learn character and teach a wonderful ethics to their children. But I can't do this alone. So I'd love to propose that idea. If I may contact one of you, you'd let me know. And then we can gather with those of you that are interested in doing this, putting forth these efforts in our community so that we can contact the principals in the schools. We can contact the schools, the local organizations that are working with families or children so that we can bring progress as far as families concerned in our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think Vice Mayor is the appropriate contact point for you. So if you would direct your inquiries or questions through that, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor. excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Porter, Vice Mayor, Commission, Chief Roll. I stand before you this evening to serve as an individual advocating for body cameras for our police department. I am pro-police. I am a retired police officer, and I do support the Homestead Police Department 100%, but I do advocate for body cameras. I must say, working just south of you guys with very much not needed equipment, but needed equipment, a simple traffic dash camera saved me from getting arrested where I was accused of police brutality. And I do think it's very important and imperative that we protect our officers as well as our citizens. And I do live in Homestead at 514 Southwest 7th Avenue. And again, my name is Valerie Hughley, and I am advocating for body cameras. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Jaffet, 1673 Southwest 8th Street, Homestead, Florida. I'm coming to have some issues on the noise that we're having with the people playing their music at night. I have no consideration for the neighbors. They have these amplifiers playing. You can't hear your television at night. The bouncing of the music is just off your walls. And I have to compliment the police department in Homestead. They are exceptionally great. They come out, they tell them to bring it down. They bring it down, a few minutes later, it's up again. The police come again. I think it's wrong. I think they should get a first warning. The second time, they have to pay a monetary fine. And the third time, a bigger monetary fine, because when it's money, they make an issue out of it. And the landlords, a lot of these places are they're not the homeowners. They're renting, so they don't care. So I'd like to somehow find these people because they need to stop. You need to rest and sleep at night. People come from work. You can't sit home and sleep at night. It's horrible. That's one issue. Second issue, the people have trees. I have my home. I trim my trees down to about to my house level. Around the areas, I tell the neighbors, look, you need to trim your trees because hurricane comes. We have insurance, but I don't want my house to be mashed up because you're not cutting your trees. The same way Homestead has to cut your grass and everything else, I think it should be also to trim their trees. It's an issue there. It's horrible. Another issue I have is on 328th Street by BJ's. When you're passing BJ's, there's an overpass. Right there, there's a curve. They need to put reflectors because at night, when oncoming traffic or you're going, if you don't know that road, you can get on a head-on accident. They need to put real sharp reflectors on that, and that section there. It's not the roads to be paved. Oh yes, on that same street, 1673 on Southwest 8th Street, we have 18-wheel trucks. This is a resident. 18-wheel trucks are passing up and down that street like nothing. And I thought they had certain streets to cross and go by. And they come across and they're speeding. And is there any way of putting bumpers on that street? Because they just race, and not only that, regular cars, it's like a racing strip at night. It's very dangerous, very, very dangerous. And those are other issues. Sidewalks. This is on Chrome, and
let me ask you a question because, again, in the spirit of time, how about if I get the manager and his staff to meet with you on these individual problems, because it may be a Parks and it may be a different department that has to look at it. And so, Mr. Manager, if you would, let him spend some time and get the appropriate people to talk with you about your issues, okay?
Okay.
So we'll make sure the manager has the information. Begonia's, the lady behind you will get the information from you, and we'll have the appropriate people speak with you.
They will talk tonight to me?
They can tonight, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Williams? Yes.
Thank you so much. And again, I compliment the Homestead Police. They are great. you know, and they do an excellent job.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry I didn't get it. Ma'am, yes, just one. What is your address you said again?
1673 Southwest 8th Street.
16.
73 Southwest 8th Street.
Okay. Okay, and your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
Teresa Jaffet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Next. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Bujo. My address is 1635 Southeast 23rd Path. My husband and I are homeowners in Cali Greens, the neighborhood in Keysgate. We purchased our home and we moved to this community about 3 years ago in January 2013. I understand that the topic that I originally intended to discuss tonight is no longer on the agenda. However, I do still wish to remind the council of what I believe are general obligations to this community, especially after reading some troubling comments to the press. In my 3 years of observing Miami-Dade politics, I have seen ethically questionable behavior becoming the status quo. And as a result, I urge this council to elevate themselves above these Miami-Dade norms. I urge the council to seriously consider the implications of making or overturning any decision based on pressure from outside sources, instead of evaluating the very best decision for our community on whatever issue that may be. In other words, it doesn't matter to me what decision you make. What matters to me is how you are making it. For example, if there is an arrangement or a promise that appears to be legally unenforceable that's being discussed publicly, the council really should be transparent with the residents with respect to the actual possible outcomes based on the advice of your city attorney. It is my hope and belief that the city of Homestead is better than the corruption that we see so much in our county. I hope that the value of my home is not only based on the land, location, size, bedrooms, bathrooms, all that good stuff, school districts, crime rates, etc., but that there's also value in knowing that there's fair and impartial governance of the municipality where my home is located. I want to live in a community where I trust that the government is making each separate decision both impartially and with sound reasoning. So I intend to be here again on April 20th, as I'm sure half the city will be, with a more issue-specific comment. However, in the meantime, I do ask that the members of this council reflect on their personal and professional ethics before making any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Darlene Polo Kramer, and I live at 2816 Augusta Drive. And my first comment is I want to thank the police department for doing a sting on the ATVers and the obnoxious people who drive on the golf course and shoot in the middle of the night. Thank you. Good work. I believe the person before me, I didn't get her name exactly, was talking about a petition that was started. I think that was one of her comments. I just want to remind everybody that that was not a legal document. It was only done to raise awareness and support for getting the zoning changes that I think she was referring to. It was kind of ambiguous. But in any case, just want to let you know that nobody expected that petition to be a legal document. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Council. Well, we're here. We have a new City Hall. Congratulations. Appreciate you. My name is Stephen McDuffie, 139 Southeast 36th Avenue, Homestead, Florida. I came today for my issue, the FPL tritium leakage or tracers found in the water systems around the canal and in Biscayne Bay. My community of the Vineyards is possibly the closest community towards the Biscayne National Park and the Biscayne Bay. I would like to know if council is doing something about this issue because it affects our community probably the most, other than the Florida Keys, which is our neighbors down the road, and Florida City. Also, it affects our agricultural fields, which are right around there, the Aldridge Farms and others. This could potentially have an incredible impact on our economics. Please I would like to know if mayor and council is speaking with the EPA and other federal regulators to see if they can come up with a plan to help end this issue.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Lisette Luna, and I represent the New Black Panther Party of Miami. And the reason we came here today is because we're a little alarmed about a cop that's running around Homestead shooting people. He shot 7 people. He's killed 3 or 4. We still haven't had an accurate number of how many people he's murdered. But, you know, I'm looking at this council chamber, and I'm just flabbergasted that this cop is still employed by Homestead, the city of Homestead. You are supposed to protect the citizens of Homestead, not a cop that's dirty, that's a murderer. And as far as we're concerned, every single one of you who is covering up for him is just as bad as him, okay? As far as we're concerned, this cop is a threat to our community. He's a threat to anybody who's even traveling through Homestead. When he can just go up and kill people, and all you all have sat here for 7 months stonewalling the family, disrespecting the family. You have his mother coming here talking about people make bad decisions. Well, he made a bad decision when he decided to kill 4 people, okay? I don't know what the rest of you all are thinking, but United States is exploding. We are sick and tired of our black men being gunned down in the street like dogs, and then you sit up here for months. You don't give the citizens any information about this fact that this cop is dangerous. He's gonna kill again, and we're putting you on notice that it's not going away. He needs to be fired. And for the mayor to actually give this person an award, do you know how disrespectful that is to our community? Do you really understand the fact that our community is sick and tired of our people being gunned down in the streets, and then you come up with all these lies about people have guns, people have weapons? Let me tell you something. The Second Amendment right says that black men have the right to carry guns. So before any of these police officers are running up on people, you need to ask them, do they have a license to carry a gun? Not just jump out your vehicles and shoot them dead. Like, I don't know what the problem is right now in Homestead with the city council, but for you to keep this person employed, he's a threat. And we're gonna look at him like he is a threat. There is no more, you're gonna tire the family out. This ain't the first family. This is the 4th family you done dealt with this same cop. Now.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. My question to you is, what are you gonna do keeping this person employed? Because he gotta go, and we're not going away until he's gone.
Taking your time. This is a comment section. Appreciate your comments, but let's move on.
Okay, but take my comments seriously.
We do.
Because you're on notice. This ain't going away.
We do. We take them serious. Anyone else? Any more comments? Yes.
Crystal Foster. I see a lot of new people in here. Just a little brief recap. My brother was executed walking to the store to purchase dog food when an officer executed him within seconds. My brother is one of 3 or 4 people that's been killed within 7 shootings that he has had in 20 years. The family's not coming here to be aggressive, and I don't want the council to know that. This has been an emotional roller coaster, and I'm a little disrespected from the last meeting because this last meeting, it was all about supporting Chief Rowe. You all invited so many people here to stand up here to speak about Chief Rowe. This case is not about Chief Rowe. This case is about one officer with multiple shootings and multiple kills. My brother did not deserve to be executed by the law for obeying the law. Thank you for giving us the public records of the officer from the last meeting, but unfortunately, since the last meeting, the file has been released and only 2 of his shootings is in this file. The file is incomplete and it doesn't involve his complete public records, which I have here. My family will be pursuing legal action to get the complete details and to investigate whether receiving these files the time that it took was my violation of family rights. Comments were made last month regarding my brother's life, his past. Everyone has a past. No one's perfect. Everyone has a past. People make bad decisions in life. People change in life. Everyone deserves second chances. When this officer came up on my brother, he didn't know my brother's background. He didn't know what was going on. And there was 2 officers, and they only releasing 1 officer. Do we apologize for being judgmental for Officer Green? The facts are, it is what it is. His mom came up and spoke about my brother, saying that there's choices in life you live and the consequences you live. The sad thing is that the last meeting, you guys judged my brother unfairly, but that does not give us the right to judge the officer unfairly. But the fact of the matter is you have an officer that has shot multiple people, and in his file, he received a raise after my brother was murdered. This officer was back patrolling the streets 1 month later after my brother was murdered, and he was supposed to be on administrative leave of absence since my brother's death. No one knows if this cop is guilty or not, and he's still patrolling. As taxpayers, citizens, what gives you guys the right to allow this officer to continue patrolling these streets knowing he has a pending investigation? The other cop, the 2005 murder with Jason Williams, he was back patrolling 3 days later.
Go ahead and wrap up your comments.
I just want to say, Mayor, please, when can we receive his complete file? Because his file is not complete.
Okay, we'll get that. We'll get that. But I can't answer that right now. I'm not responsible for that file.
It's the public records. You've been answering these questions every month. All I'm asking is when can we, city manager, when can we get the public records? The entire public records. There's only 2 shootings in this file. And he was promoted, and he's still patrolling. That's all. I want to know when can I get his complete file.
Sent them whatever are public records, but we'll double check tomorrow.
All right. Let the manager check with the attorney. They obviously have contact information for you. If whatever's missing, he said he's going to get. I don't know what's missing, but before the evening, Mr. Manager, will you talk tomorrow? Tomorrow they'll bring it to you. They'll get it to you. Okay.
And just because this is just public. The question is, Chief Rowe, is he patrolling? That's just it's a simple question. Is he patrolling?
All right. This is the comment. This is a comment section.
It is a comment section, but you guys answer everyone's comments when you want to answer comments. I looked at the last meeting. You have Officer Greens, you have the 5,000, you have everyone supporting the pastor, Chauncey. You have him supporting when he's supposed to be supporting community who's a chamber, who's a chaplain for the city of Homestead. I mean, it's not right. You can't give us an answer to if he's patrolling. It's a simple question. You have citizens, and it could just not only be my brother, it could be your sister, your brother, your family.
Mayor, At the conclusion of the public comments, I'm happy to address the council on all of these issues. If we can allow the public comment portion to continue so that we conclude those, and then I'll be able to address all of these issues.
Mayor Porter, with all due respect, how you doing once again, Andrina Foster? You know we're here every month. Every month we're here with the same questions. This is a question that needs to come to an end. I understand what the city managers are saying, city attorney saying, but this is a question that needs to get answered. This is a question that anyone can answer, not even the law enforcement. So as a chief of police, this is a question that needs to be answered today. Not tomorrow, not next month, another month, or another month, because we're going to keep coming. We're asking 2 questions, and this one is the main one that from day one we have not received the answer, and that's public records if an officer is patrolling or not. So we deserve the answer today. Today, city manager. This is still her 3 minutes, so I'm going to get back off.
Let me get the rest of the comments, because we'd like to move through this, and then before we'll yield to the manager, and we'll get answers. But please let me get through the comment section.
Okay, so now it's my 3 minutes. Once again, Andrina Foster, Edward Foster's sister also. Okay. Here to respond to the comments made at the previous meeting by the family of police officer Anthony Green, who is currently on investigation for the shooting of my brother Edward Foster. Miss Christine Green came last month and made a comment, a couple of them. Comments were made to the questions my brother made in his life, how the subsequences were the results in his death. While I admit that my brother did not live a polished lifestyle, he was actively working to make a change in his life. Due to the open investigation, I cannot comment on the choices my brother made in life or how he got to the point where he was trying to make a change. But I can say that regardless of how he lived his life, no one deserves to be shot to death by an officer when they are unarmed at the time of confrontation. With that being said, my family wants the case to be treated fairly and do not want Edward Foster to be judged by how he lived, but rather solely on the circumstances around how he died and whether it was lawful or not. Apologize for being judgmental of Officer Green, because I realize that we cannot ask that my brother not be judged while we, ourselves, are guilty of doing just that. However, my brother's life is open, public records, readily available to all the officers and investigators involved. Yet my family was made to wait an unreasonably amount of time to get the officers' records, and when we finally get them, they are incomplete and show that he is being awarded privileges of an innocent person without due process. Naturally, that will make my family skeptical and untrusting and very angry. Once again, with that being said, the comments made at the last meeting judged my brother unfairly. But that does not give us the right to judge the police officer unfairly. My family realizes that 2 wrongs don't make a right. However, we offer our defense as to why we have been so angry, emotional, and untrusting of all agencies involved in this whole process by saying that we have been giving the runaround and treated unfairly from the beginning of the investigation. While the officer has apparently been given the benefit of the doubt and been allowed to resume his life as normal, treated as if we did something wrong, when all we want to do is find out the truth and correct any injustices that have occurred during this horrible, horrible event that resulted in the loss of my brother's life, Edward Foster III. We've had questions since day one. We made comments in the first meeting we came in. From starting the second meeting, we withdrew those comments because we saw what you had on the TV. One thing it said, you cannot judge anyone. Correct, right or wrong. When Christine Green came in last month, She judged my brother, doesn't know my brother, not supposed to know about the case. She spoke about the case. She spoke what she thought she knew about my brother's past, and she judged my brother. All three were not correct and not right. This is where we have to draw a stand and say enough is enough with the city of Homestead. Now it's one unit. It's not Officer Green. It's not Chief Rowe. It's a unit. Now it's the city of Homestead, because now we're not getting the questions to the same answers we're being asked. You're allowing people to come in, judge my brother, talk about him, talk about the case, and not supposed to know anything, and don't even know my brother. So now the city of Homestead needs to answer questions and let us know what's going to go on from here on out.
Thank you.
Justice for Edward Foster III.
Thank you.
Because our brother, Black Lives, does matter.
We just want to answer today, if you can, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. No, please. Let me get the rest of the people. It's been, we know where you stand. Anyone's next? Name and address for the record, please.
Kim Hill, the Southwest side.
What's your address, Mr. Hill? What's your address, Mr. Hill?
What's my address?
Yes, sir.
The Southwest side. I care not to disclose my address for my safety.
Fair enough.
Can I go back to my 3 minutes? Because it seems to me there's a whole lot of duplicity in this whole process. You know, I mean, you all could make all kind of policies about decorum, but people could clap and other people can't clap. People can come up here and have their 3 minutes to criticize the ethics of this of your council. No one says anything. They were uninterrupted. Matter of fact, may I have my minutes back from last week that you all got up and walked out on me? Is it possible that I could get those back?
And you were gone. I came back and you were gone.
You know, oh, I was supposed to sit up here and wait for you? It's just like my 40 acres and a mule. It ain't coming back, just like those minutes are not coming back. Now, let me say this, though. And politically, it's nice to get around here and talk about this beautiful building, but let me ask you this, because I know politics is the study of who gets what, when, where, and why. I mean, how? I know one thing what I do know is there are no black contractors that played a part in this process, none whatsoever. So therefore, since there are no black contractors, we cannot have any economic power. Since we don't have any economic power, we definitely can't have any political power. Therefore, our members of politics sit up here like political prostitutes at the helm of developers, sitting down, doing whatever they want instead of doing what the people want. That's a problem. You know, so far, I mean, for a long time, we've been marginalized, disenfranchised on the Southwest side, and it's time for you all to be able to make that up. There's no such thing as a Southwest plan, Mr. Williams. Now, on behalf of the citizens of Homestead, we're looking at, we're talking about body cameras, simple body cameras. That is the solution to this. You didn't ask us any questions when you put cameras on highways and give citizens tickets. You didn't ask us, how would I say? We look at basketball games and there are replays in that. Baseball games, there are replays in that. We have the depth of an individual, but we don't have any replay in that. But yet we have the technology. We sit around here and you all act as though we work for you. This is a shame. You know, a simple question to a guy that works for us. Is the officer on the street? It's called disrespect. It's called black disrespect. This town was built on the back of African Americans, and you all you all owe us that respect. And we're not going to ask you for it. We're going to take it. If it comes down to breaking down the economics of this city. See, one thing which you all fail to understand, that racetrack, it generates a lot of money. You have a down black man right here. Now, the alternative is we could go out there and lay down in front of it at the highlight of this city. You know, when this city is being placed on public display throughout the nation, we could go out there and lay down. We could go to FAMU. We could go to Clark, Atlanta. We could go down. We could call all our brothers and sisters down and lay down. Instead, you all won't call us to the back and talk politically. You won't even discuss a dash cam and a body camera. That's the amount of disrespect that you all have.
Thank you, Mr.
It's
Thank you,
coming,
Mr. Hill.
brother.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any other public comments? close the public hearing at this time. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, I thought it would be a good idea to address you all because on really serious matters, I like to all look at you, one-on-one, human being to human being, eye to eye.
Let me interrupt just a second. I would have really appreciated if you take. He's talking to. He's addressing the council. The public hearing is closed, and the sign blocks the people from behind you of seeing anything. So that's why we've asked the signs to be towards the back. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
I've always considered myself a young man, 46 years old, going on 47, and I thought, I look back and I've been in public life now as an administrator for more than 2 decades. And there was a time in my life where I used to run to every emergency call. And in a larger city, emergency calls happen 10 times a day. And I would take the most serious ones, from plane crashes to drive-by shootings to drownings to shark bites to you name it. And the reason I mention this is after year after year after year of seeing human tragedy, and I'm talking about really bad tragedy, I stopped going because you can see one human tragedy or you can see 1,000 of them, and the 1,000th one feels just the same as the first when you care about human life. And so the worst one I ever saw was when a 15-year-old girl was shot to death on the school grounds by a fellow classmate. And I ran to the hospital to see the mom get notified that her 15-year-old daughter was dead. The wailing and the crying out, I'll never forget that day. And so after a while, I figured I can't see this kind of human tragedy because I'm not immune to it. It's not something that just I take lightly. And so month after month, as we've heard the foster family, I've been reluctant to say something because this is human tragedy. And I was raised Greek Orthodox, and my belief is that every human life is precious. And so what happens is all of us live our journey one way or the other, and we all sin in one way or other according to my faith. And so whatever the scale of wrongdoing that we do in God's eyes, it's between us and God. And so one is not necessarily worse than the other. And all of us have fault and blame. And so for me to pass judgment on one person over the other, I don't feel is my place. The problem is in addressing this case and the officer specifically, it requires me to go through facts of the cases because the question has been begged over and over again. Why has this officer not been taken off the streets? And so for me to answer that question, I can only respond by providing you with the facts. And the facts involve human tragedy. The tragedy of somebody that's been shot or killed, their family members, the officers involved, witnesses and neighbors, and all of us together because human life is precious and we can't not grieve anytime one of our fellow human beings perishes, whether they've done wrong or not, because it's not up to us to judge. We know the laws and we have an obligation to enforce the laws, but in terms of saying, well, this life is not worth worrying about, I just don't see it that way. So I think, though, this thing has gone on long enough where it demands attention, and I will apologize in advance to all of the families involved with the cases that I'm about to go forward, because each of them were impacted in human tragedy that will never leave them. And so there's a few things that the foster family has asked, and I've cleared it. One thing I want to bring to your attention, even up till today, the state attorney's office has advised anything involving this foster case, we're not allowed to talk about. There is a statute in terms of impeding investigations. We have a process here whereby when a police officer is involved in a shooting, that the county police do the investigation, They provide the evidence to the state attorney's office, and the state attorney's office issues findings, recommendations, and if there's wrongdoing, some sort of indictment. So that case is off the table in terms of discussing that tonight. The question that the Foster family has asked, which was been asked in a variety of different ways, I'm going to answer it this way. The question is Officer Green patrolling? The answer to that, in the traditional sense of patrolling, is no. However, I want to get to the spirit of the question because I think it's important that everybody's being dealt with as honestly as possible. Officer Green has been released back to full duty. For the safety of our officers, we don't discuss individual assignments. If the question is, where specifically is he working? The answer is, we don't discuss that. If the question is he interacting with the public, and is he in full duty, and is he enforcing the law with his fellow officers? The answer is yes. So then, it begs the question, no.
Please, let him finish. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
And to the Foster family, I would just say, I sat and I didn't interrupt anybody else, and I would ask for the courtesy of being given the same courtesy that you've been given. So then the question is, why hasn't he been pulled off of duty? Because after all, he's been involved in these shootings. And then the other question is, why weren't they given information that they requested? I was concerned about this because every time we have a meeting, we're told the information has been provided to them, and then they say, no, we didn't get it. And so this time, to be extra cautious, because we were told that they're represented by an attorney, our attorney contacted them, and I have the letter here, and the letter basically says, we provided you everything you asked. Is there anything else that you feel that we have not provided? And we have not been told that they didn't get what they want. So this is the first time I'm hearing that they weren't provided what they had, because whatever the request was, whatever the public records are, they were provided. And so we're happy to look at this tomorrow and make sure that nobody made an error. So back to the question at hand, why haven't we pulled Officer Green off duty? Well, we know one case is under investigation, but we also have preliminary information that I can't discuss with you. However, I certainly have discussed it with the police department. I certainly have seen and heard things that I'm not at liberty to discuss. But ultimately, because it's an independent investigation, it will be up to the state attorney's office to ultimately render a decision. But in the meantime, the preliminary facts is what I know that most of you don't have the details of. Now, I thought it would be instructive, since we have heard there's shootings from Officer Green, to go through the 5 cases, because I've heard 7, I've heard all kinds of numbers. There have been a total of 6 shootings. And there have been 3 killings out of the 6. Now, I'm going to go through the 5 cases, and I'm not going to editorialize, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to read highlights of the reports that were issued by the state attorney's office, because I didn't gather the evidence. I didn't do any of the investigation work. I didn't render any opinions. This is all independent police officers from Miami-Dade County and state attorney's office from the state attorney's office. The first one is case 1. And I'm going to read first the cover letter. And if we could switch over. I know these documents are hard to see, but the only reason they're up on the screen is so that you can understand that they're official documents, and I've highlighted sections. This first case, Dear Chief Roll, enclosed is our final report regarding the police shooting of Anthony Sonati on September 7, 2007 by Homestead Police Officer Anthony Green. The investigation has determined that the shooting was legally justified and that no criminal charges will be filed against the subject officer. Sincerely, Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, State Attorney. Now, you know why I don't want to talk about this case, and I'm going to talk about it anyway? I don't want to talk about this case because this case starts with a little 11-year-old boy running over to the neighbor's house, covered in blood. knocking on the door saying, please, my mommy, she's being killed by my daddy. And so for me to talk about that in a public forum, that is human tragedy all around for everybody involved. But I think I owe it at this point to discuss it. Anthony Sonati, if we can have the next slide, please. Anthony Sonati was a white male with a date of birth of 10/27/1967. Mr. Sonati had a significant criminal history for violence. He was convicted of second-degree murder and armed burglary in the case number F85-713-311 and sentenced to 40 years. However, it appears that he may have only served 18 years in the Florida state prison system on these charges. According to witnesses, Anthony Sonati stated that he was going to kill Caridad Toledo. He attempted to do so by arming himself with 3 kitchen knives and stabbing Caridad. Anthony Sonati's motive to kill Caridad was domestically related. Fred Willman is one of the civilian witnesses. In his sworn statement, he stated that he resided at, and I'm not going to mention the address, when a little boy knocked on his door pleading for help. The child appeared to be bleeding from a cut on his arm and was asking for Mr. Willman to help his mother. Mr. Willman observed a silver-colored car in the swale area with a female who was hanging outside the front passenger side. The female was bleeding. Mr. Willman then observed a male on the driver's side pointing a knife at the female. At that point, Mr. Willman ran back into his home and called the police. When Mr. Willman looked out his window again, he observed the male waving a knife around and yelling. The armed male then ran toward the carport and jumped through the window, entering the residence. 2 officers arrived and made immediate entrance to the residence. And at that point, I thought long and hard this afternoon about whether I should play you the 911 tapes of this incident with the neighbor pleading for the police to arrive here before this woman is killed. I felt it was so disturbing that I shouldn't play it because we don't need to hear it. The crime scene, this is now from the state attorney. The crime scene photographs depict a horrific scene covered in bloodstains and broken glass and property. When Officer Green arrived at the residence, he encountered a scene covered in bloodstains and screaming victims because Anthony Sonati was attempting to murder Caridad Toledo with a large kitchen knife. Anthony Sonati's criminal actions and his failure to comply with Officer Green and Beaver's continuous commands to drop the knife left Officer Green with no alternative but to use deadly force. Officer Green voluntarily provided a statement to the Miami-Dade Police Department. His statement of the facts is consistent with the statements of the civilian witnesses and forensic evidence. Next page. Died with multiple gunshot wounds in the back torso, which is consistent with Officer Green's account that he shot Sonati when he turned away from him and started to pursue Michelle Garcia with a knife. The civilian witnesses substantiate these events. The crime scene photographs depict Sonati's prone body on the floor between the kitchen and the southwest bedroom. A bloody 12-inch black-handled knife was found on the same floor directly below Sonati's left elbow and parallel his torso. Sonati's motives were very clear. He stated several times that he was going to kill Caridad and even armed himself with a larger knife to accomplish his intent. Officer Green's direct intervention prevented the imminent death of Caridad Toledo and possibly the occupants of the residence. Officer Anthony Green's shooting does not subject him to any criminal liability because it was legally justified under Florida law. His use of deadly force was necessary to apprehend a violent felon, defend himself and the victims inside of residence from great bodily harm or death. Officer Green's shooting of Anthony Sonati was justified under these circumstances. The investigation is hereby closed, and at the bottom you'll see it's signed by 2 state attorneys' office. Now, by the way, I didn't read that and then say, oh, look, good news. He did the right thing. It was great to kill that guy. It's human tragedy all around. We can't bring that life back. We can't take back what happened to that little boy and his mom. But the fact of the matter is, Officer Green was cleared in that case. Case number 2. Dear Chief Roll, this is from the State Attorney's Office. Enclosed is our final report regarding the police shooting of Wilmar Bolton on October 13, 2008 by Homestead police officers Anthony Green and Yanko Rodriguez. The investigation has determined that the shooting officers were legally justified in their use of force and that no criminal charges will be filed against the subject officers. Sincerely, Catherine Fernandez Rundle, State Attorney. Now, this one here involves a husband and a wife that are sleeping in their beds at 2 in the morning, and they hear a crash of their back window. They don't know what that is, and then at some point they look out and they see 3 people in their backyard. Civilian witness's statement. Mrs. Atkinson resides at the time of the incident, she was at her residence asleep in her bedroom, and her husband, Brian Atkinson. At approximately 2 a.m., she was awakened by glass shattering. She woke her husband up and told him of what she learned. Her husband got up and went to investigate. He went back to bed when he did not see anything. A while later, she again heard what she described as a shuffle outside her home. She went to the bedroom window, looked outside, and saw 3 black males in her backyard. The males were around a rear building on her property, which is a small apartment and garage. She again woke her husband up, at which time he grabbed his personal gun and dialed 911. Before the police arrived, she noticed that there was broken glass in another bedroom of her house. Next slide. On October 13, 2008, at approximately 3:30 a.m., Homestead Police Department uniform officers were dispatched to a burglary in progress. The information that the officers received was that there was 3 men armed with guns attempting to make entry into the rear of the residence. Upon arrival, the officers heard glass breaking behind the residence and observed 2 black males fleeing from the alleyway behind the residence. The subjects were confronted by K-9 Homestead Police Officer Yanko Rodriguez, at which time Wilmer Bolton shot at Officer Rodriguez. Officer Rodriguez returned fire. Officer Rodriguez's K-9 partner, i.e. the dog, was shot but survived. Only the police dog was hit in this exchange. A perimeter was then established to search for the armed suspects. K-9 Officer Anthony Green of the Homestead Police Department responded to assist in the perimeter. He located Wilmar Bolton, and by the way, that's the individual that just shot at Officer Rodriguez, hiding under a parked vehicle in the carport of a residence located at. Officer Green gave Wilmar Bolton several commands to show his hands and to surrender, which he then ignored. Wilmar Bolton then made an overt motion, reaching toward his waistband, and Officer Green discharged his firearm, striking him. Wilmar Bolton was subsequently transported to the trauma center and subsequently arrested and charged with armed burglary, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, and injuring a police dog. This is the final paragraph in this case. The facts in this case present a situation in which Officer Yanko Rodriguez was attempting to arrest 2 individuals who were attempting to escape from a home burglary. Once Wilmar Bolton fired at the officer, he was justified in returning fire. As to the second shooting, Officer Green was attempting to apprehend Wilmar Bolton. Bolton, after initially showing his hands at the command of Officer Green, abruptly put his hands in the waistband area of his pants. Officer Green was fearful that Bolton was reaching for a firearm to shoot him or his police dog. This belief is bolstered by the previous exchange of gunfire between Bolton and Officer Rodriguez. As to Officer Rodriguez, his actions were legally justified after Wilman Bolton shot at him, first based on FS 77605 and FS 77606. As to the second shooting, in the situation that Officer Green was in under the circumstances that required a quick decision, his actions were legally justified under those same statutes. Case number 3. Dear Chief Roll, this is from the State Attorney's Office. Enclosed is our final report regarding the police shooting of Jason Williams on May 12, 2005, by Officer Anthony Green. The investigation has determined that the shooting was legally justified and that no criminal charges will be filed against the subject officer. Sincerely, Catherine Fernandez Rondel, State Attorney's Office. Here's the conclusion. The testimony, the physical evidence, and the medical examiner's findings support the conclusion that Officer Green's actions were justifiable. The testimony shows that Officer Green responded to Mike's grocery store to assist the homeowner with removing the victim, Jason Williams, from the store premises. The victim had been disturbing customers and refused to leave the premises. He was committing a trespass. Once the victim was asked to leave by Officer Green and continued to refuse, Officer Green could legally arrest him for the crime of trespass. In addition, the victim resisted arrest and committed a battery upon Officer Green by pushing him, struggling with him, and holding Officer Green against the front glass door of the store in an attempt to overpower Officer Green. All of the witnesses back Officer Green's version of the facts that he ordered Jason Williams to, quote, get down at least 2 times. Additionally, they all stated that Officer Green was unable to gain control over the victim, and the victim continued to struggle with the officer. The witness testimony is also consistent in that Officer Green was pinned against the glass door and was unable to free himself from the victim. Furthermore, all of the witnesses agree with Officer Green's version. He removed his firearm from the holster and again ordered the victim to get down. Now, here's the last paragraph that says, the testimony splits at this point, with some witnesses stating that the victim grabbed for the firearm, others stating that the victim tried to slap the gun out of Officer Green's hands. Mr. Mathis's testimony supports Green's version of the events. Mr. Mathis stated that the victim tried to grab Officer Green's gun during the struggle. In any event, it was after the victim either grabbed for Officer Green's gun or slapped it away that Officer Green fired his gun, once hitting the victim in the lower left stomach. Given the victim's actions, Officer Green was justified in deadly force to protect himself and to prevent the victim from obtaining his firearm. Therefore, in this situation, the discharge of Officer Green's gun was justified. Case number 4, and I'll try to go through these two quickly. Dear Chief Roll, enclosed is our final report regarding police shooting of James James Johnson on August 14, 2011. By Officer Green. The investigation has determined that the shooting was legally justified and that no criminal charges will be filed against the subject officer. Sincerely, Catherine Fernandez Rundle, State Attorney. Conclusion and analysis. In uniform and driving a marked police unit, Officer Anthony Green parked in the street on Southwest 27th Terrace to investigate what appeared to be the stolen 2011 Gold Ford F-150 pickup truck that Mr. Adolfo Perez had just reported stolen. Because the truck was backed into the driveway, Officer Green was unable to see the tag number. As he began walking around the front of the truck and observing that the truck appeared to be unoccupied, the officer did not call out any commands and was taken by surprise when he heard the truck engine rev, tires squeal, and saw the truck being driven at him. Officer Green, in fear of his safety, reasonably reacted by drawing his weapon and discharging it at the oncoming truck as he jumped out of the way in order to avoid being hit by the F-150 pickup truck. This truck was in fact a pickup truck stolen from the Publix parking lot and described by its owner, Adolfo Perez. Section 776.012 Florida statutes permits the use of deadly force when a person reasonably believes such a force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony. By driving the truck at Officer Green, Cola James Johnson placed Officer Green's life in jeopardy. Officer Green was carrying out his appropriate duties when he located and then initiated action to identify the parked truck. His quick response to the unanticipated danger presented by the truck speeding at him was a discharge of his weapon that was justified and legal under Florida law. And that's signed by an assistant state attorney. Case number 5. And this is the last one. Dear Chief Roll, enclosed our final report regarding the police shooting of Stephen Poole on June 6, 2013 by Homestead Police Officer Anthony Green. The investigation has determined that the shooting was legally justified and that no criminal charges will be filed against the subject officer. Sincerely, Catherine Fernandez Rundle, State Attorney. This one here is a little complicated, but I'm going to read it anyway. If you'll indulge me, it'll only take me about 45 seconds to a minute. As a longtime police officer, Officer Green's interests and concerns were elevated by the unusual appearance and manner of walking used by the subject. Both officers, Green and Lago, described the appearance of a bulge in the subject's clothing and the way Mr. Poole held his right arm and hand rigidly against his waist, appearing to be concealing and holding something. When Officer Green made inquiry from his driver's seat about the bulge and stiff way of walking, the subject silently responded by lifting his shirt to reveal to the officers a handgun. with his right hand upon it, and then fled. This was seen by Officer Green and Officer Lago. They had probable cause to believe that the subject, Mr. Poole, had committed the felony of possession of a concealed firearm. With the heightened appearance of a safety threat, Officer Green ran from his police vehicle to pursue the armed subject. Officer Green was driving a marked police officer wearing a standard police uniform and shouting police commands to stop and drop the weapon. The subject, Stephen Poole, knew his pursuer was a police officer. He acknowledged that the detective to Detective Zancanato when he said he did not want to go back to jail because he had some marijuana in his possession. Officer Green drew his weapon after the subject's armed display. The officer did not fire his weapon at the fleeing subject. When the subject came to a wooden fence in the backyard of one of the nearby houses, Mr. Green was alone in his pursuit. Officer Green said it was at that moment, before fleeing over the wooden fence, that the subject turned and pointed his weapon at the officer, causing Officer Green to discharge his weapon 4 times. After discharging his weapon, Officer Green ran to the front of the house, looking through the wooden slats, saw the subject looking back at him. Officer Green stated that being eye to eye with the subject and without any concealment, he discharged his weapon 1 more time. There were no other witnesses to the officer's confrontation with the subject in the backyard other than Officer Green and the subject. Mr. Poole's explanation was that a cell phone was mistaken for a gun. A thorough crime scene search of the yard and the adjacent houses did not result in a cell phone being found. Mr. Poole could not furnish the number or origin of the cell. A Beretta firearm was found on the west side of the rooftop of the house next door. Unfortunately, lab tests were inconclusive regarding DNA testing of the firearm, and no prints of value were found. In light of the evidence, which was inconsistent with Mr. Poole's version and consistent with Officer Green's statement that he first discharged his weapon when faced with the real threat to his life and safety when the subject pointed his weapon at the officer. The discharge of his weapon was legal and justified under Florida law. Upon seeing the subject through the fence slats, Officer Green could not clearly see the armed man, but being within inches, again reasonably feared for his safety and fired once again. The discharge was also legal and justified under Florida law. And so, okay, so what? I read these cases now. I don't feel any happier. Human tragedy all the way around. Everybody has to live with this. Everybody. I can assure you, though, that the State Attorney's Office is working on the case, this latest case, and as soon as we have their closeout memo, we will provide it. And in the meantime, whatever we can do with their records request, if there's anything that was missed, we will provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We're going to go on with item 4. Yes, ma'am, I know you will. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you. Additions, deletions, or deferrals? Any additions, deletions, or deferrals? Okay. Yes, it was fair. It was fair. It was fair. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think that they were asking, I think there was a clear question as to the cases before. So, I mean, thank you for answering those questions for the council, and for the public here tonight. So, additions, deletions, deferrals. Addendum 1, Mr. Williams.
I'm sorry, Mayor, do we need to add that on, or is it automatically added on to the agenda? Do we need a motion to add that particular one on? Because I want to take out tab 1. Well, see, I don't know if it's,
on the consent agenda, you want to pull tab 1?
No, it's, no. It's actually not addendum 1, tab 1, but in our book, it's tab 1. But it's a number 5 on presentation, car item 1724, sickle cell disease. I wanted to pull that one because the time span.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we're gonna.
So hopefully, Mayor, if we can add that next month, and then I'd like to. I stated at the COW meeting that I want to add the city clerk on the agenda for this council meeting to talk about her performance, and I didn't see it. So I don't know how I need to administratively do that. So I'm looking for perhaps some guidance on how to do that.
Was there, Mr. Williams is saying that there was a request from him to add the city clerk to this agenda and for her review, her performance review or some sort of discussion as to, I don't remember exactly how that took place, so. Mr. Manager. Hold on.
The reason why, Mayor, the reason why I know is I made that statement at the end of the meeting last. I don't know if my colleagues remember, but I did see an email go out to the colleagues about what other city clerks were getting. So I know it had to have some kind of
Mayor,
discussion.
it's totally permissible to add it to the agenda. If they make a motion to add that to the agenda, you're more than able to do that tonight.
Is there a motion to add it to the agenda? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
We'll have that towards the end, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, back to addendum 1. Mr. Manager, whoever. Mr. Attorney?
Yes, addendum 1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the purchase of the properties located at 28 South Chrome Avenue and 8 Southwest 177th Avenue, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager, anything from staff? What did you say? Mr. Manager, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is addendum 1? Right. Okay, this is, who's handling this one? Rick?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the attached resolution for the purchase of 28 South Chrome Avenue, Homestead, Florida, and 8 Southwest 177th Avenue, Homestead, Florida, for $2,950,000 for the construction of a multimodal transportation center. The resolution will permit the purchase of the properties using CITT funds, conditioned upon the determination of Miami-Dade County Citizens Independent Transportation Trust that the acquisition of the properties is an appropriate use of CITT funds. The CITT board is scheduled to meet on March 17th, 2016. On December 23rd, 2015, the city entered into an option agreement with Stephen DeGrave for the purchase of 28 South Chrome Avenue, Homestead, Florida, and 8 Southwest 177th Avenue, Homestead, Florida, for $2,950,000.
Questions from council, Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. My question is that how does this program work? I know it's a portion of proceeds of money that will be allocated to us. Is it over the course of years, or is it one lump sum? How does it work for us with the county in this?
I'll probably defer to Mr. Brea on this, but my understanding is there's a half-penny tax in Miami-Dade County, and a portion of that tax gets divided through all the municipalities in Miami-Dade County. We get an allocation every year, and that we have the ability to use that allocation to float revenue bonds going out into the future, but it's the money that we receive every year. Is that accurate?
So tell me how the process works so I'm comfortable in voting on this item, because I'm trying to see the financial, the complexity, or if there's even such, or is it just a lump sum, or do we have to go out to the market?
Well, no, basically what happens is we get a certain amount on a yearly basis. And some of the
is
from the PTP.
how much?
How much? we get approximately about $1.4 million a year.
All right.
It's more than that, Julio. It's 2 point.
But we're allocating, okay. Yeah, total's about $3 million that we get.
Okay. All right.
But I think the answer to the question, Councilman, is that the plan here, assuming the mayor council approve the overall garage project, would be that you would, in essence, do a revenue bond, and you would pledge those revenues from the PTP funds.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So, my next question is, part of that, I guess we don't know what that figure would be based on the what the amount of the pledge would be. But now, is the trolley and all of this part of the same funding, or is that a separate piece with the county and transportation?
It's part of the same funding, but it's not being impacted by what we're pledging here.
Okay, so this is something totally
in addition.
How does it impact us?
Well,
I think the best way to impact, the most significant way it impacts you is at some point when the final project is approved and there's authorization to do a revenue bond, and whatever those dollars are, it impacts you in that you can't spend those dollars on other things.
Okay.
So it's sort of, you're making the priority decision that is the project that you want with these funds. Of course, the amount that we've targeted for this total project, we kept in mind the annual expenses that we have for the other services that are funded with those, that are provided with those funding, such as the trolleys. So we took all of that out, and then we still had enough to do a revenue bond to get us to that full amount.
Okay, all right. But over time, is it something that we can pay for earlier than anticipated, or how is that will be?
Well, that would be dependent on the terms of the bond or whatever other type of financing. Carlos, did you want to?
The reason why I'm asking these questions is because, I know we have a lot going on. And, I want to just be clear on what, our commitment is in total and large and where these dollars are coming from. Because
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, when we're asked questions, I need to understand the complexity
Absolutely.
of such. I know this is an everyday jargon for you all.
Mayor and Council, usually when the revenue bonds would be issued, you could have a prepayment clause in there. Usually what it ends up doing is it may cost you a little more in the interest rate, but you usually do have that option.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. I withdraw any further talk from right now.
So in one question, those those funds vary. So our numbers are more likely to go up in our revenues from PTP, correct?
Historically, they have gone up every year, yes.
Okay, so over time, as the city grows and as things begin to move forward, we should see higher income into that PTP fund.
Yes, if we look at the past history, yes.
Okay. Was there a motion on Addendum 1 for approval? Any other questions from council? Mr. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question as far as the actual purchase price itself. Can you go through and how we reached that purchase price? As far as an appraisal, it's justified by the market value, et cetera, just to make sure everyone's clear on how we got to that value and that we're not overpaying, that we're getting what the market should be paid.
We went out and procured appraisals for two parcels. We procured appraisals for both. When we talked about the economic development downtown, our conversations with the owners, that we really wanted to have an amicable result where everybody could walk away and feel that they had been made whole. The city gets what we want so that we can build this garage and we can get the downtown to where it needs to be, and that the owner doesn't feel like there was a lot of pressure from the city. So it was a negotiation. Yes, of course, the prices are they fluctuate a little bit depending on how we negotiated with the owner. We feel confident that this is a good price for us to pay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are, in relations to the fact of the phase 2 portion of this project, this is a portion of a possible larger purchase, if you want to say. As we go forward, we're going to be maybe dealing with this again, and maybe some of the funding process, but we're going to need to acquire some more properties over there.
We do own a significant amount of the properties that we need, the old police station and the parking lots. I'm sure you're all aware of them, but we do need to start consolidating the parcels so that we have the development site that we need to build what the city desires to build. So yes, this is a part of a process.
And Mayor, I would just like to add on this item, which is in your backup material, is that we have a meeting with the CITT people tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And so we're looking for final authorization from them. If they say, no, this is not an appropriate use of PTP money, then we're likely to ask you for a special meeting to do something else. But we're hoping that we can negotiate something that will work for everyone.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
Yes. In essence, George, you need us to do this resolution tonight in order for you to continue your process.
Right. If you were meeting closer to the end of the month, we wouldn't have brought this to you tonight. But because we didn't want to bother everyone with a special meeting, assuming everything goes well, we figured we'd get this authorization contingent on CITT approval. If you'd prefer to wait and call a special meeting, we can do that as well. The negotiation process with the county has been complicated because what we're proposing has a lot of pieces, and there's public pieces and there's private pieces, and so what they're trying to do is make sure that they don't get criticized for doing anything that crosses the line of what is appropriate for use of the funding and what's not. And what we're trying to do is make sure that they approve it first, because what we don't want to do is spend the money, build the project, and then they have an auditor come in later and say, oh, by the way, that's not an appropriate use of the money. So we're really going above and beyond to try to get their pre-approval so that we don't have any trouble.
My question is, and I think my colleague alluded to it on the end, the arrival at such a price. I know I didn't see in any of my information of an appraisal of it.
We have an appraisal.
Yes, we have had it appraised.
Right, but I'm saying
yes,
your appraisal,
yes,
in my eyes, to look at, not what I'm going off of what you're telling me.
Sure.
And so, because what you had stated was that you all feel that it was a good price and a good point. But me sitting here saying, I'm trying to arrive at how you came to that conclusion with what information, and you've not provided the appraisal to me in order to back up what I can agree with your statement. Do you understand what I mean?
I understand.
Okay, so do we have that?
We have it. I don't have it with me. I think the number was somewhere in the 2.3, 2.4 range off the top of my head. I would have to check for you.
2.3, 2.4?
Yes.
And we're offering 2.9?
Yes.
And part of the formula, Councilman, was similar to what we've done with some of the other properties, which is we factor in what would it be if we had to go to, what would the cost associated be as assuming eminent domain. And so that ends up with a swing, and that's where we ended up with the extra. So if you factor in, if we look to do a taking, you have to pay for their legal expenses. What?
Don't use that word taking.
Well,
I understand, but no. And to wrap up, if you all can just provide that way, I think for me, I will be more comfortable with how you arrived at your evaluation.
we'll email it to you tonight, and if you have any issues, we can always call a special meeting and cancel what you're doing if you're not happy with the price.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
So let's just make sure we email that to them tonight, okay?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the council at this point? Is there a motion? Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Motion carries. Yeah, do we want, well, let me ask a question. Because this is not a roll call question. Do we need to show the electronic vote on a non-roll call question? Because I don't, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Manager, there are certain things that require roll calls for us. On all in favor, what we just did.
From a technology standpoint, I'm not sure how the system is set up if she's able to capture your vote outside of the new system.
Well,
but
obviously she just captured a vote because
what you did is fine.
Sir?
This didn't require a roll call vote for you, but in terms of regarding your new system,
right?
I'm not sure.
And by the way, just to make a point, because since we have all this new technology in front of us, we don't have to use this voting system if you'd prefer to stay with the old way of doing it, and so it's totally up to you. It was part of the specs, and it's there for you, or you want it or you don't want it. That's totally your decision. I would just suggest that if you're gonna vote, if you're gonna use it, then I would use it on all of your votes, just so everything is recorded. Liz, it has the capability of doing that, right? Yes.
Okay, so then in essence, what we're going to do tonight is follow the system that we've installed. And by following that system that we've installed, there is no more all in favor. It's going to be all roll call.
I would think that would be easier so that you stay consistent. And in that case, Liz, I think we probably just want to ask everybody to put the computer back up and cast their votes on the last item, right?
Okay, so what we're going to do, Madam Clerk.
Question. Can't we all just hit yes and that would do it? Can't do it that way.
So let's go back because we're working out this whole system right now. So if we're going to do a roll call vote consistently across the board, we'll just choose to do that tonight, and then subject to your discussions in the future, since we're working this system out, we'll decide if it's proper, if we like that system, or if we want to change that system. So on item 1, we're going to ask for a roll call, Madam Clerk, and all council members vote themselves present. And roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Maldonado? Yes. Councilman Williams? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you. Resolution on car 1756.
It's not loud enough. It's just not loud.
Oh, is that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm wrong place here. So we're on tab 2, which is the consent agenda. Mr. Burgess. Hold on. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think tab 19 is an important tab that I think that should be brought out, and we all show our support for Mr. Gretzis. I think it wouldn't do any justice being under a consent agenda. We all showed our support for him at the committee of the whole on the item that I brought forward, and I would like to pull that item and do an individual vote if we could tonight.
All right, sir. Mr. Williams?
Mayor, I withdraw my question.
So we'll pull it. We'll vote on tab 19 first. So we're going to pull tab 19. Mr. Burgess, did you want to lead off with that? Let me get you on here. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. As you all know, at the committee of the whole last week, I brought forward the extension of our manager's contract, and I feel that it's very important that we keep the continuity that we have here in the city. And even though his contract wasn't up till November, I thought it was time that we start looking at it so that there is no question as where we are, because as we all sit up here and know, and as those that pay attention in the audience know, we have a lot of moving pieces that are moving in this city, and we need to keep them going with the mastermind behind them. And our manager is the mastermind behind them at this time, him and his entire staff. So I thought it was important that we keep the continuity there, and we make sure that we have George locked in to continue on with this great plan that we have to bring Homestead to the next level. So that's where I'm at, sir.
All right, so thank you. Mr. Attorney, did you have a...
I was just going to read the resolution into the record.
Go right ahead, sir.
It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the Second Amendment to the employment agreement between the City Manager, George Gretzis, and the City of Homestead, providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion? Is there a second? Moved and seconded. And we are going to do a roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Maldonado, excuse me. Mr. Maldonado.
Here. So, unfortunately, I was not here for the CAL, the Committee of the Whole meeting. I was in Washington with the National League of Cities, so unfortunately I missed that. And so I just want to let the city manager know that if, I definitely agree with what's happening here, and when I caught wind of it, I was actually going to ask for a little bit more extension, but unfortunately I wasn't here to stand by your side, so sorry I couldn't help you there. But thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
I'm sure everyone has spoken well, And like I always say, I think your work speaks for itself. And so thank you for the good job. And we just hope that you continue, and any way that we can support you.
Thank you.
You know we're here. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir. A roll call, Madam Clerk. Hold on. We were all present, and then you cleared us out.
For the voting system,
Right.
is it that we have to press present every time we get ready to vote? Twice?
Well, it's got a little bit of a delay, the way I see it, but the clerk explained to me that we have to register ourselves present, and then when we do the roll call vote, she'll call it orally, and then we can vote yes orally or with our.
So we can vote out of turn, really?
And we can vote, well, as she calls us, and the other point of the question is, in the process here, until we close the vote, and I haven't, again, we're working this
Yeah, I
out.
understand.
Until we close the vote, you could change your vote electronically. So if you voted yes for something, and Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yes, sir, you're right.
So we all vote a certain way right now, and then it's incumbent upon the chair to say, I'm closing the vote.
I got you.
And everybody at that time, that vote counts. Otherwise, you could switch your vote electronically.
Oh, okay.
So it's a very fluid type of a system.
Like that.
Moving us forward. Again, this is part of the package that came with these set of plans, and we're gonna work through this and collectively deal with that. So.
All right, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Maldonado? Yes. Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations, Mr. Manager. Thank you for everything. You're well deserved. Okay, back to tab 2. Is there a motion on tab 2? Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Now we're on the public hearings. Mr. Attorney? Hold on.
This is the quasi-judicial section of your agenda. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. And further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications they've had concerning any of the items on the agenda. Hearing none at this time, the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on the following quasi-judicial items.
Would you please stand, raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 20.
Yes, Mayor. Tab 20, 21, 22, and 23 all pertain to the same project. Tab 20 is the second reading of the rezoning for RT Automotive. This is the proposed dealership on the Bowling Alley site. Tab 21 is a related variance request. Tab 22 is a special exception, and tab 23 is a site plan. I can introduce each one of those items for you. You can collectively have a public hearing and discussion on all those collectively, and then at the conclusion, vote separately on each one of those items, if that's...
Any opposed to doing it that way? Go ahead, sir.
Tab 20 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning request by RT Automotive, LLC, of an approximately 4.64 acre parcel from the restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district to the retail commercial B2 zoning district for property located at 111 South Homestead Boulevard, US 1, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. It's the second and final reading. Tab 21 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request from Section 30-276A, uses permitted, the City Code of Ordinances to permit outdoor storage of materials, products, and operations in conjunction with the operation of an automobile dealership on property located at 111 South Homestead Boulevard, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Tab 22 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a special exception requested by RT Automotive to permit a commercial retail use exceeding 20,000 square feet for the development of an automobile dealership on property located at 111 South Homestead Boulevard, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. And tab 23 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval requested by RT Automotive LLC for an automobile dealership consisting of an approximately 48,985 square foot building located at 111 South Homestead Boulevard, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, on tab 20, Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. This is a second reading of this rezoning. We are recommending approval. Like we discussed before, that we believe that the rezoning is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and both the B1 and the B2. The B2 that it's moving to is also consistent with the overriding land use designation. Therefore, again, we're recommending approval.
Any questions from the council at this time? Seeing none, I will open up the public hearing at this time. Mr. Orza. Hold on. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. Hugo Arza, offices at 701 Brickell Avenue, joined by my colleague Alex Arias and my clients representing RT Automotive, as well as our design professional, David Zenner, our architect, in case you have any questions. I'm privileged and honored to be here today as someone who travels this great county of ours, looking at and presenting before city councils and village councils. I commend you on a beautiful building, and to much success for all of you in this building, and continue the good work. It's a pleasure to be the first zoning application before you all today, and I'm going to be brief because I know that this is a project that you're all intimately familiar with. We're, as Alex pointed out to me, we're going to have to step up our game a little bit in a building like this with a 60-foot screen like that. These boards may no longer cut it, but you'll pardon, you'll beg our indulgence for one more meeting, and then maybe we'll start putting things on your beautiful new system. An aerial of the site that you're all very familiar with, 4.7 acres approximately on US 1. We are here today for the second reading of a rezoning that you passed that first reading last month, as well as consideration for a site plan approval, special exception, and a variance. And I'm going to very briefly go through a couple of those. Obviously, we're talking about a car dealership project, and you're all familiar with, and we have our site plan for you to take a look at. Approximately 49,000 square foot building that will have a Hyundai dealership once completed. Main entrance on US 1, the entrance on US 1, building on the south side, parking, and I'll get to that in a second because the parking is the cause of a variance, but not for the typical reason, for a slightly different one. Again, you've all seen you're all familiar with the property. Before you today is the second reading of the rezoning, which is necessary to rezone to B2, which is the category that allows car dealerships in your code, as well as the site plan approval, variance, a special exception, which is for any building over 20,000 square feet. And obviously, our building is closer to 50,000 square feet. And then a variance. And staff, and I want to thank staff for all their hard work in working through all of these issues with us, is supportive in recommending approval for you on all items except for the variance, which they really can't technically ask or give a recommendation of approval, and we recognize that. But I think you're all very familiar with that variance, so it's the only one I want to talk about a little bit. The variance is to allow us basically to sell cars out in the open air. The B2, the zoning category, has language that states that all of your activities must occur in enclosed areas. And we can all understand the reason for that. It makes perfect sense for most businesses. Many codes will have a carve-out or exception for a car dealership or something like that. This code does not. The only avenue available to us legally is to seek a variance. For that reason, obviously staff analyzes that, and understanding that there really is no other option for us, we're moving forward with this variance. I know that this council has asked, and I believe at a future COW or other meeting, you're going to discuss maybe a more holistic fix to this problem. But for the time being, in order for us to develop this site plan, we do need that variance. The special exception, like I said, is very simply a series of criteria, staff recommending approval, that says that any building over 20,000 square feet, because it's a larger building, should be looked at a little bit more closely for any impacts. We submitted a traffic study. There's no issues here. Obviously, this is a property that is served by water and sewer. There's no issues there. So the typical characteristics that you might look at in a special exception are all met before you this evening. We went to Planning and Zoning Board and received unanimous approval on all items, site plan, special exception, and the variance, as well as the rezoning. And like I said and reminded you last month, you did vote favorably for the rezoning. So again, I know you're all very familiar with the project, and rather than getting into any other details, I'll open it up to or ask you if you have any questions. Like I said, our design professional is here if you have any questions. Otherwise, I respectfully ask for your support this evening. I know that this is an exciting project that will bring to life a property that's been shut down for quite some time, will employ a lot of folks, and will provide a nice facelift for a section that I know can lead to more growth in this area. Thank you so much, and thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, just a question and follow up on the variance item. I know we had discussions before. This has come before us. This is the second time, I think, in a different project. Now, we had some discussion or gave some direction to go back and kind of look at this from a holistic standpoint to find out, should we change our code so that future projects won't have to come before us for things that we typically consider to be normal, to be outside of a wall, such as car dealerships. I know, granted, it would look nicer if everyone had parking garages, but that's also probably cost prohibitive. And so I guess the question is, where are we in that process? When is that going to come back to us to be looked at, reviewed, and discussed?
We're still in the process of making those recommendations. We're reviewing it at the staff level now. We hope in the next several months to bring it to a COW so that we can debate it publicly and then make whatever changes are necessary and get it approved.
Is there anybody else that's coming down that's in the pipeline currently that's going to be affected by this or going to have to request the same type of variance?
Yeah, there's one more car dealership that is following on the heels of this that will likely request the same type of variance. There were actually there were 3 that we saw coming this year, and that's what spurred us to catch this piece of code and flag it and try to make an amendment to it, because they're pretty they were being stopped by that article in the code.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing on tab 21. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Burgess, seconded by Mr. Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Mayor. This is for the rezoning.
Hold on, Mr. White. I'm sorry. On tab 21. 21.
Tab 20.
20 is the rezoning.
I'm sorry. I miscalled it. 20. Tab 20 first. Moving and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Councilman Shelley? Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Tab 21. Okay, you've discussed all that you want to on all
yes,
the
sir.
tabs.
Yes,
so
sir.
Is there any questions from council on tab 21? Seeing none, I am going to open up the public hearing on tab 21. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Final questions, comments? Is there a motion? Move it. Is there a second? Moved by Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Maldonado. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Maldonado? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 22. Any questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Mr. Maldonado and Mr. Roth. Mr. Williams. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley? Councilman Roth? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Burgess? Councilman Williams? Vice Mayor Faircloth? Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 23. Any questions from council? It is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Move it. Moved by Mr. Williams. Is there a second? Mr. Maldonado seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Maldonado? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Good evening to all.
Tab 24, Mr. White.
Yes, Mayor, moving on to tab 24. It's a final order of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a certificate of use requested by M Brothers USA, Inc., Stop and Shop Food Market, to allow the sale of beer and wine for our-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of a grocery store located at 375-395 Northwest 14th Avenue, Unit 395, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. We recommend approval of this final order granting the request for a certificate of use to permit the sale of beer and wine for on-premises consumption only. This had been reviewed previously. It passed the Planning and Zoning Board on a 5-0 vote. In our meeting in February 17th, we discussed it here. Council had inquired if there were any properties surrounding the subject property that had been previously granted the right to sell beer and wine, and if so, how many. We had conducted a review of the area, a quarter-mile radius from the surrounding, subject property. We found that 62 properties were located within that quarter-of-a-mile area. Within the city limits, 2 properties within that quarter-of-a-mile area had the license to sell beer and wine and tobacco products. So that's what we've done. We had gone back and reviewed the issue with the police and found consistent with our recommendation before, no further comment by the police or denial. So again, we're recommending approval of this.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Roth.
Yes. Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
I was by there this week, and I noticed it's under construction still. How long before you actually open?
Can you come forward to the microphone, please, and state your name and address for the record?
I'm the property owner, Oscar Fonseca, the managing member of A2O LLC, the owner and operator of the building. I started this process in February of last year, originally looking for a grocery store. That was the originally intended use, a grocery store and a restaurant. Went to national tenants, couldn't find any. I decided to subdivide the units. So I'm currently going to have 5 units, 3 of which are vacant currently. I am turning in Mr. Islam's unit as soon as possible. You know, this is holding up. I am requesting fire later this week, and I should have full approval, I'd say beginning of next week. I also have a boxing academy going in on the other end. They're taking about 2,200 square feet. Likewise, next week I'm being turned in.
So when did you say that this will probably open? That building's been there for how many years?
Building's been there, built 8 years ago. The original owner lost it. We purchased it from the bank who foreclosed on them.
All right. And now you're in the process of trying to
revamping
get it open and
I've put in
get your tenants in place. And
I've put in about 250 grand.
Yeah.
Subdividing the units, putting meters in every unit. You know, I expect a lot out of that building. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We talked briefly out in the
Yes, sir.
foyer there. It wasn't my, not to hold up your process, but, there's just a lot of proliferation of a lot of beer and wine within some of our historic neighborhoods and neighborhoods, period. So,
I understand.
The questions came at concerns of how many others are we, that servicing with the same thing, and I think the gentleman answered the question that I think his store was maybe about maybe a mile down, if that, or something of that sort.
You have,
So-
we're a little bit south of Campbell.
Yeah,
I'd
well-
say a little bit south of King Street, you have a gas station.
Right,
And
I
everything
know.
else closer is going to be east on Chrome.
Right, and that's what I was getting ready to ask the development services. You gave out, I didn't quite get you in the mic. What were your stats on that again?
Sir, we had 62 properties within a quarter mile.
62 properties within a quarter mile?
Yes, sir, and
Okay.
two of them that sold beer and wine, had a license to sell beer and wine.
Of the 62 properties, 2 of them had.
Right, but are they in the same use than which they're trying to do?
Yeah, they're like gas station type of uses. So this is a grocery store.
But this is a grocery store. That's what the fine line was. We're trying to.
Yeah, this is a grocery store, and the other two guys are kind of Marathon gas station and a mobile, I believe.
So there are a lot of new residences
Chevron.
being constructed a couple
No, I
blocks
understand.
to the north.
What my
Okay.
issue was that the semantics of the word was grocery store and convenience. So we were trying to understand. I was trying to understand this, how synonymous it was, or if it had the same criteria. So it wasn't to hold up what
This
you're
is
trying to
a
do.
typical quickie mart, bread, eggs, milk, that type of thing. Of course, their business also sells, beer and wine.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just the only concern that I have is kind of the location of it. You have it in an industrial park right next to residential, and that was something I know we have addressed in prior applicants, where it doesn't seem to really fit the use. It doesn't really seem like that's the best place to have that type of a product. And so I know that there's specific criteria that have to be discussed when you're talking about beer and wine licenses. But as far as general zoning and this is for developmental services or for James, city attorney over there, as far as general ways of kind of making sure that we don't have a proliferation of convenience store, mini grocery stores, so to speak, in areas that we don't necessarily think are the prime locations, like industrial areas or immediately adjacent to these residentials like this. Is there some way that we can address that going forward?
You turn yourself off.
Yeah, turn myself off.
Go ahead, James.
Yes, there is. You can direct your staff to certainly examine and look at the issue. If the concern is that there's a proliferation of convenience stores throughout the city, and more specifically in certain areas of the city, in order to address the concerns or the issues or the proliferation, certainly your planning staff can look at that and come back to you with proposed code amendments or proposed options available to address those situations. So there's a number of options that could be addressed zoning-wise. It's just a policy decision, how far and to what extent you want to go with regards to those regulations. But you could regulate through zoning, location, by special exception use. So there are options available.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just a concern that I have seeing the proliferation of kind of some of these convenience stores, and not so much that they're popping up as much as where they're popping up now. Before it used to make sense they were on commercial corridors. They were places where you kind of expected that use to be located. But now I'm starting to see, this is probably, I think, the third application now in the last year where we've gotten a use that seems really an odd location for it. It doesn't seem like it really fits the use. It doesn't seem like the best use of that area. So that's just a concern I have going forward. It would something I'd like for you to look into, maybe, as far as giving me some options to look at or think about, and see if there's some way we can kind of better control those uses in areas that don't make sense.
And let me add to what an industrial piece of property has an extremely valuable component because there's very little of it out there. And so as we try to create jobs, higher paying jobs, these industrial components have a better opportunity to get us there than, because there's heavy uses that can go in there, and to put a very, very light use like what we're talking about. And I know it's obviously within the right, and to be able to do that, but from a sheer planning perspective, we should save as a community those heavy industrial uses for when those industrial areas in the rest of the county are already filled up, and people are looking for opportunities to put a heavy use, and we've got them filled up with, like Steve, like Mr. Shelley was saying, we've put commercial uses in industrial zones, and I think we need to take a step back and take a look at that, because that's got a huge value for us down the road. Mr. Williams?
Mayor, and when we talk about, Homestead has grown so large, and we've heard through public comment how large we are. I think at some point in time, there's no reflection on the, previous council, but, trying to have smart growth to be able to, and I think now we're coming up on the back end trying to control it in certain areas. And so, I'll be willing to co-sponsor some that Councilman Shelley or Mayor, you all come back with, because I know in my area, the Southwest area, it's almost like these Family Dollars. They're everywhere. There's maybe one, maybe not even 2 miles from apart, and I think we approved maybe 3 or 4 of them within a year or so. I mean, so at some point in time, where are they, geographically, located? And so I agree with what you're saying, Mayor. And so if you all bring something back that will kind of address my issues, I don't have a problem in co-sponsoring or talking about that. But this is not against your application. We're just having discussion here about going forward, because it definitely is an issue. And if we're going to have, try to control these things and put things in perspective, then I think this going forward needs to be really looked at by the development service and the manager.
And on the heels of the discussion.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
On the heels of the discussion, Mr. Cordino, what would be a timeline that we could effectively see something happen? Because again, the longer this window is open, if the policy is we want to save what is industrial and work what is commercial, because we've had this discussion about losing lands. Well, the charter school discussion was a perfect example. We're letting charter schools go into commercial areas, which now takes that commercial area off the tax roll, puts it in a non-taxable situation, and our corridors we're losing the development ability for commercial in our corridors. So, and I'd kind of like to do that same analysis with us with our heavy industrial areas, because there's no heavy industrial, very little heavy industrial in Miami-Dade County. They're going to have to be here. So all that being said, what kind of time frame do you think you could bring something back?
If you'd like us to go back and my understanding of what you're asking for is to examine the industrial uses in the code and make sure that we are prohibiting commercial uses within the industrial area. So if that's the instruction, we can go back and work on it today, and I would suggest that we could bring it to a COW, not in April, but in May.
And that's fine. I mean, obviously the debate would have to, we need to know and have this discussion up here, because I don't know if that's what everybody wants to do, but I think that we need to be very specific on how we go forward, because the charter school example is the perfect example. And now I think we've got another perfect example where in the future we're going to be giving up something for a lesser product that we could hold on for a better product in job creation ability, the ability to create jobs, and what we're trying to do is living wage jobs. So that's really kind of like my focus, and obviously the rest of the council can weigh in accordingly at that COW, but I think as quickly as you could get something back to us. So
yes, sir, we'll begin right away.
Mr. Shelley?
I was just going to chime in there and say I concur with you, I think, on an expedited fashion on that one particular issue, but I also want to make sure that the direction was more broad than that going forward, dealing with the convenience store issue and dealing with where we kind of want some of those items throughout the city Because otherwise myself and Councilman Williams' issues won't really necessarily be addressed just with the industrial discussion. So I think we need to maybe we can do it twice if we have an expedited on one item, but followed quickly by the second item, or maybe we can lump them all together. But I think we need to have that broader discussion as well.
And I agree. Mine was an in addition to, not in replacement of, because there are definitely issues that we are all saying we would like to look into. Mine happens to be loss of industrial, and so that was my request, to have the discussion and the debate. So when we come back, that'd be great.
So just to be clear, we're asking to examine the location of convenience stores as well as the preservation of industrial for industrial, not commercial. Is that what the request is?
That's a good place to start.
Okay.
And then it will take on its own life in the discussion.
We'll put something together and for the May Cal, and we'll come back and we'll start the discussion and we'll go where you want to go with it.
Okay, so we're on tab 24. Staff's recommendation was approval. Any other questions from council right now? Mr. Williams? No. Okay. This is a public hearing. If you'd like to speak for or against this, you're welcome to at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion? I'll move it for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Councilman Shelley? Councilman Williams?
Councilman Williams is yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fairclough? Mayor Porter?
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 25, waiver of fees request. Mr. Manager or James, got this.
Mayor, Judah Christian Center will be hosting their second annual Chopper Drop, a community event that is geared toward providing a safe gathering of families and community leaders in Homestead. The Christian Center is requesting the mayor and council authorize the city manager to waive usage fees in the amount of $997.55 for the use of Harris Field Pavilion and Dick Conley Field on March 27, 2016.
Questions from council? Mr. Williams?
Dennis, the last year, did you evaluate the process last year as far as the event itself?
Councilman Williams, we didn't have no problems with them, but we did contact them and saying having such a lot of people there, they definitely want to contact the police department to make sure everything would be safe.
Okay. And so what was the attendance? Do you know the attendance last year of it?
I would say they had a lot of people. I couldn't give you a number. I don't know if they're here. We did contact them, but they might be able to answer that question. But they did have a good turnout.
Maybe the pastor could shed some light for me.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The attendance, we had about, I want to say 2,500 to about 3,000 people. It was a great event, great turnout.
Some eggs.
And a collaboration of a lot of resources.
Okay, I know I support the project, and the way, I mean, and I've said with the pastor previously, that we're still deliberating on what should be waived and what shouldn't, but we've gone through our policy as of so to not to actually. Some things we waive, and then some things we collectively raise the money to do. So, I'm in completely support of what you're doing, Pastor. I believe in your work and what you're doing for the community here in Homestead. So, with that, Mayor, if there's no other discussion, I'd like to move the item.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Mr. Williams, moved by Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Quick question, Mr. Maytan. What does this price include, the $997?
Do me a favor, Dennis, leave your mic on, because it's hard, because everybody keeps turning their mics off on me. I'm turning them on, and everybody's turning them off, so. While it's okay, we're learning. I'm just asking.
No problem.
Yes, sir, go right ahead. Nope, you turn it off again. You keep turning it off. I got it.
To let you know, it's the rental for the Harrisfield Pavilion, and it's also the rental for the Dick Conley football field.
For how long?
Their event is from 1
It's
to
roughly 11 to about
3 o'clock, I think.
Or 4.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. I have 1 to 5 p.m. So you're looking at 4-hour rental.
Okay, so you have from what time to what time?
I have from his letter that he gave us for the waiver of fees from 1 a.m. Will be 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.
And what time did you say?
It's two different. So we have the pavilion from 11 to about 12:45, and then we move to the Dick Conley Field from 1 to about 4.
So the price that you've quoted includes the time frame that he's just referenced?
For both.
That's correct.
Okay. And thank you so much for coming back again this year. If my memory serves me correct, last year the waiver of use fees was not approved.
Right.
So you had to expend your resources in order to do so. And historically with the council, we've been going back and forth as far as the waiver of usage fees. What I'm willing to do is to support this initiative with my office funds, and if my colleagues, as Councilman Williams has just indicated, willing to support as well, to see how close we can get to this $997. So I don't want you to feel some type of way if it is not approved to completely waive the fees. But some of us may be willing to come together to support you. I understand this is a wildly successful event last year. No events, and I think it's great for our community. Although your church location is located in Palmetto Bay, it is still open to all of the residents and churches within the city of Homestead, so I support it.
Yes, about 90% of our church actually attends our church from Homestead community, so that's why we've chosen Homestead.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I echo the sentiments of the Vice Mayor. And I think I chatted with him about this. I didn't want to be come up here and be discouraged about it. But however the council vote, I think collectively we'll be able to cover your fees at however we do that. But as I said, I moved the item, and if it's taken, if somebody wants to start it off and then we can just withdraw it from the item and then not have to go through that process, how would that work, Mr. Mayor?
Let me get some other comments that haven't been able to.
No, I'm just saying how if that was going forward procedurally, how if that's because last week we had an issue, not an issue, but a concern with the Cancer Society, and the person, Mr. Burgess, sponsored the entire, the amount. And so putting it on an agenda item and going through that process, how would that work going forward?
This basically is $1,000.
Yes, sir.
So this 7-person body would have to divide up the $1,000 in order to. So $150 per council person would give you, without us waiving the fees, which is what we're struggling with right now as a council, would give you the ability. We would sponsor it on your behalf.
Okay.
So that's the question. So, I mean, and again, I kind of have the same concern. We've got an out of the community church, which it doesn't have to be a church. Anyone out from outside the community coming in and saying, hey, can you waive the fees? It kind of may throw up a red flag for us. So I think that the willingness to work towards 150 in round numbers of council person is really doable for all of us individually, unless other council members have, I'm willing to support the 150. So let me get, anything else, Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. Mr. Shelley.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm willing to support it as well, but this is one for me. Again, I know every time I try to let you guys know where I am in my thought process. This is actually one I support because it's free, it's open to the public, it's a community event. So, it's but I'll go with whatever. I mean, I like the reservation that everyone's getting. I like the direction we're going, but this is one I would normally support because it's free, it's open to the public, and so therefore it is giving back to the community. And so we're putting on a community event, and I think that's where, if we're going to waive fees, that's in my mind where I kind of draw the line. So I actually would support it in its current form, but I'll also support it, as a donation if everyone decides to go that route as well.
Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I recall this event from last year as well. It was well spoken of, and you know, I know that what we're going through up here, we're going through this struggle, but I think in this case, I understand that this is a free event for the community, so
Yes.
I could definitely support it as a council. But if it could make it easier, I could actually just support the whole item if we pull it, and I'll just.
You gonna pay for it?
Yeah,
Out your account?
yeah. I'll just go ahead and take care of it and.
What you say?
Well, I've got a motion and a second on the table for the waiver, correct?
You can remove it.
I can withdraw my motion.
Mr. Williams and.
I'll withdraw my motion.
So we'll withdraw the motion and you'll withdraw the second.
Yes.
And Mr. Maldonado, you will pay the $1,000. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Moneybags? I mean, Mr. Maldonado? Okay, Mr. Williams?
Yes, how would the logo piece work? I know that was another item. Are the church, I mean, the event able to use our logo as a sponsorship? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's, you know, I know we had discussion on that, but.
And I
as a
think,
sponsor.
and I think we're, you know, again, the attorneys are here, but in the past, we had some situations where individual council members would take an event, it would be sponsored, but it would have that individual council person, not the body of the council attached to it. So now there's still, the question of using of the logo, it's being sponsored by a council member, and certainly he or she represents the city. Mr. Attorney?
That's absolutely correct. If you feel as a body that you're all supportive, which is what I've heard of the event, then I think that somebody could make a motion to permit the logo to be used in the sponsorship of the event, and that would take care of it.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, I move it then that they be able to use it.
It moved to recommend, or to allow the logo to be used.
Yes. Second.
Second. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just had one follow-up question. What is your plan for crowd control?
Crowd control, we're actually going to try to get some more funding to purchase barricades, unless the city would be willing to do barricades, but we also hired, we've also hired off-duty police officers through the Homestead Police Department.
Okay.
That's going to assist with
You definitely want
that.
to make sure you have those mechanisms in place because you draw a large crowd for this
Yes.
event. And if our logo is going to be attached to it, I just want to make sure those security mechanisms are in place.
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, just on the logo. I mean, I'm okay supporting that tonight. I think the only thing I would say as a cautionary statement is that as we start to freely give out our logo, that also could cause us some problems up here and cause us to then have to take votes on the subject matter of the organizations per se, because now we're going to have to say, do we support this organization? What's this organization all about? It's a completely different analysis than just saying it's a community event and we want to have everybody involved in our community and give them free reign to waive the fees. But once you start putting your logo on it, you know, you start taking ownership to some extent of those organizations. And just so just be cautionary, I guess, as far as going forward, just freely giving out our logo, because now all of a sudden we're going to have to make those very difficult decisions, and now are we picking and choosing which organizations we think are good or bad? Is that the message we're going to start sending? So I just want to raise that, and we can move on from there.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Yes, and just to follow up, I don't think we've had considerable discussion as it relates to that. So in the absence of that conversation, I don't recommend that we proceed in that manner until we fully vetted that and come to a consensus as far as the use of our logo.
Thank you. And that wasn't part of your original request,
No.
right, to use the logo. In the previous question where the person came up, wanted the fee waiver, they specifically asked for the ability to market their event with the city logo attached. So that's why we're having this discussion. So are you specifically needing the city's logo to market? It sounds like you don't have a problem marketing.
It doesn't have to be, but I think you've made a significant contribution that should be recognized from a city standpoint. But it doesn't have to be.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second to allow them to use the logo. No? You made a motion. No. We pulled the original motion because Mr. Maldonado agreed to pay. Mr. Williams?
It was only just out of going forward because, for me, I understand what Councilman Shelley is saying. But then again, our logo has been floating out there on a lot of different events. And, some of us know about it, some of us we don't even know, but they have a sense of attachability to it because we've contributed to it. So perhaps maybe there could be some medium that says, portion of it was sponsored, not sponsored, but paid, by, I don't know, but somehow it needs to be identified that Homestead or council member has contributed to such. But, so I don't know how that looks, and I didn't want to have the pastor assume that these things are out there, and then, if something happens, we're liable. So I don't know. I guess that was just my concern.
And in essence, I think what this gentleman is asking us for is the ability to recognize the city's contribution to his event or their event. So, again, at this particular point in time, we would like that recognition, I would think. But I'm just one person. Vice Mayor?
Yes. What I've seen in the past is if one of us contributed to an event, if they had a program or banner, they would have a picture in the council person's name or something to acknowledge their contribution towards the event. But if you would like to recognize the city, perhaps, or Councilman Maldonado at a council meeting, a public display of your support of him and supporting this event outside of placing that logo on there. I think it would be more meaningful in that manner outside of just a logo.
Okay.
Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, last comment, just to say that it's also one thing when the logo appears on something that we don't officially take a vote on than it is when we actually take the affirmative step to actually endorse and ratify and say we support and give you that logo. So that's another thing, too, is that it may have appeared in past, but we didn't exactly take an affirmative vote. Maybe we knew about it, maybe we didn't. There's debatable. But once you start affirmatively saying we support this group with the logo, and then the next group comes up and we say, well, we don't let you use the logo. So that's just where I think I agree with Vice Mayor, and that I think that this is a discussion that needs to be vetted out. I don't know if it needs to be done tonight, but I think it's something that we just need to figure out how we want to deal with it going forward and then move on.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not trying to belabor this point, but it's if that is the case, then we need to really schedule something soon to have this discussion, because going forward, it's going to be an issue. So at this point in time, we have no policy at all. So you can actually put the logo up, and then what recourse do we have? Absolutely none, because this body is not. So I would draw it, and if you use the logo, there's no recourse of it, because we don't have a policy to go or not to do that. So at this point in time, your idea of doing it, there's no consequences of it. So I would just withdraw it and not, and if you use it, you use it. If you don't, it's not anything that's going to be frowned upon. There's no policy. So I would draw my concern until we have a conversation about it. So to me, you can use it. But if you're going to highlight him, I need to put some money in there so I could be highlighted too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, there is no more discussion on this item. Mr. Maldonado is going to fund the $1,000 for you, and we're going to move on to the next item.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your contribution.
What I need to do now is we need a motion to extend the meeting for at least 30 minutes. Is there a second? Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to do a roll call on it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Motion carries. Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 26. Who? I'm sorry, Barbara. Hold on. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Wait, let me get the attorney to read the resolution. I'm sorry. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the professional services agreement between the city and Crow's Electric Utility Consulting, LLC, in accordance with City Code Section 2-411.1A2, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the mayor and council authorize the city manager to enter into a one-year agreement between Cruz Electric LLC and the city of Homestead for professional services in the amount of $100,000. The electric utility is in need of administrative and management support for the System Operations Division of the department. System Operations handles approximately $40 million in yearly power purchase sales transactions and is also responsible for maintaining the integrity of the electrical grid, analyzing and dispatching personnel to respond to power outages, and ensuring compliance with federally mandated electrical reliability standards. This division does not currently have an immediate supervisor, but falls under the oversight of the assistant director. Additional assistance and expertise is required to optimize the day-to-day operation of the group and to ensure timely compliance with all federal regulations.
Any questions from council? Tab 26. I will, at this time, open up the public hearing on tab 26. Anyone here to speak, would like to speak for or against this, you're welcome to at this time. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Any final comments? Is there a motion? Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Mr. Roth seconding. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 27. Mr. Manager, who's got tab 27? All right, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. This, on February 2nd, 2016, Committee of the Whole, Council gave staff direction to reject all IBT number 201604 landscape maintenance bids and proceed with a new RFP approach.
Questions from council? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing. And this request is to void the original and go out for a full RFP.
Yes.
Okay. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Yes, sir. Go.
Thank you, Council. Steve McDuffie, 139 Southeast 36th Avenue, Homestead, Florida. With this landscape maintenance, you said that, Mayor or Manager Gretzis, you said that this would open up to a new bidding process. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? Close the public hearing. Final comments from council. Is there a motion? Moved by the Vice Mayor, second by Mr. Burgess. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 28.
Mayor, as discussed at the March 8th, 2016 attorney-client session, city attorneys bring forward a resolution settling all claims concerning Carlos Ruben Suarez Diaz and Melissa Gonzalez Santiago. Approval of a liability claim agreement as required, as recommended by Eric Sten and city attorney. You have a resolution.
Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the settlement of all claims made by Praxis Consulting as subrogate of Geico Insurance, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Any questions from council? Tab 28. This is a public hearing. Anyone would like to speak for or against, you're welcome to at this time. Seeing none, closing public hearing. Final comments. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Roth. Is there a second? Second by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, clerk. Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
That concludes the Legislative, anything from the manager?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call Kate McCaffrey up to the microphone for a second, because this building was her project, and I'd like her to introduce her team and to thank everybody. Kate worked miracles. We never came back to you for any more money. We approved the MCM contract. This building is open, on time, on budget, and it took a tremendous amount of staff effort to make that happen. And Kate, I can't thank you enough for everything that you did. It's an overwhelming thing. All of us together collectively have left a legacy here for this city, and it's a tremendous honor just to be in this room for the first meeting, and 100 years from now, people will think about the first time this council meeting met here, and it's just an awesome thing. And thank you for making this a smooth project, and your team did an awesome job.
Thank you, George. For sure, you guys shouldn't be clapping for me, because there's so many people in this room, and the people right here next to me, we were just looking up at the screen, remarking about how remarkable it is that you're up there and you're pressing buttons and voting, because it took a little while to get there. And there's some people in this room, including Mike in the back, who's just done so much that, we've worked very closely for a long time. And there's so many people to thank. I'm not going to start naming names because I'd leave people out, but this was, without a doubt, a joint effort from so many people, and it was a privilege to work on it. Thank you.
And thank you all for your patience. I know we were able to close City Hall on a Friday and be up and running on a Monday, but everybody pitched in terms of just settling in and being patient with the process. And as these council meetings continue, we're going to see little tweaks that we'll need to do to get accustomed to the new facility. But for the most part, MCM, the architects, staff, it's just been a tremendous project. Chief, you're next. So we've topped off your building, and a year from now, hopefully we'll be cutting another ribbon.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Anything from the attorney, Mr. Attorney? Business from the mayor and council, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this brief. It's an honor to be here tonight. I remember standing here 8 or 9 years ago, whatever it was, at that first groundbreaking when it was about 106 degrees in the morning and sweating before I was ever on council. I was running for office back then. But I want to say to George and his entire staff and the gentleman in the back there that worked until whatever hours, I know I got an email at 3:30 or whatever time it was this morning saying we're still working, but we're getting there. Thank you to everybody for their hard work, because without it, we wouldn't be here today. So, George, to you, your staff, Kate, can't wait to see your piece of artwork displayed out here under the spotlights that you've made from this building. Right, whatever you want, you can have it. But thank you to everybody, and I'll leave it at that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roth.
Thank you. I just want to say the same thing that John, back that up. You guys, I found it hard to believe that 3 days is all it took to take the whole city hall from that department over there to here, and it seemed almost like it was flawless. So the planning that probably went into that and everything that staff did to prepare everyone for that move, I commend you guys. I think I met with Joe like 2 or 3 days before the move, and it was wall-to-wall boxes in their office downstairs. So just a great job by everybody who did that. And one other thing I have is we've been working with the State Attorney's Office, Miami-Dade County Police Department, and the Homestead Police Department, and we'll be putting together a gun buyback program. All of us are welcome to be a part of that program. We're in the planning stages. We have selected a date of June 11th, and it will be held at the building where the police officers use, the FOP building at Harris Field. I got to give some kudos out to the City of Refuge Church that has actually put up the money to help us do this program. They've given us $10,000 to participate in this gun buyback program. And we will be soliciting other sponsorships along the way, but we're planning this thing now. I know Edie's been over to a couple of those meetings, and I believe the community policing as well has been involved with this. So The date is set, June 11th, at Harris Field and at the FOP Lodge. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. I have really no business to report tonight, other than the city clerk. I don't know where that is.
Okay, let's bring it under this right now, okay? Yeah, look, you want to just, because I know, now I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, go ahead.
No.
The Vice Mayor said you didn't receive anything from the clerk on comparisons to.
Yeah, it went out on Thursday. Okay. I think last Thursday. Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, but I think it went out from Vivian, right? Vivian, March 10th at 11:06.
Looking for it right now.
It's under the subject item City Clerk Survey, September 2015.
Yes, it went out on March 10th, 4:46 p.m.
Yeah. So, and what I did was the last cow meeting we had, and I commend Councilman Burgess for bringing the contract to our attention for the city manager. And I did highlight that, we've not had a review of our city clerk and her extensive job and as a department head that she is. And she's really considered under our preview, of course, under the charter, but she's really kind of department head as well. And and I don't want to be inaccurate, so you all correct me, Georgia and Vivian. I think she is the less paid department head that we have in the city. And I think her previous director, assistant director, made more than she did. And, I just didn't think that was very cumbersome upon this kind of body and the work and the tenacity that the clerk office goes through with public records requests. And, I think it's incumbent upon us to really assess, engage, and look at bringing that level up as a city clerk to that which of a department head, which is really what she does and what she is, and her tremendous commitment to the city. And the many years she's been with us, I think about 6 years now. How many years has it been? 5? A little over 5 years. And other than what the amount of COLAs that every other employee gives. So we don't really have a technical contract other than I want to say a term sheet or agreement of such. And it has not been evaluated or looked at since her arrival here almost 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago. And so I opened the floor up for comments, but I needed to bring that to the council's attention. I know we don't have a management review process. So I didn't quite know how to formulate this process. But when you look at other municipalities, her tenure, she's worked as a city clerk, started out in Florida City, am I right? Something close to that. And worked at Golden Beach and came to us. So she, I think deserves a look and a merit of increase, to come up to the level where she should be, really. I think when we hired her, we were at a different point of time in the city, and she understood that. That's why she accepted it. And so, but I think now, after 5 years or so, we need to really look at it and adjust that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I will second that motion. I was here when we did the hiring. I can't remember who was sitting in the room. I don't think many of us were there, were we? We were, that's right. We were 5 years ago. I was thinking 8 years ago. But she's done a great job for us. And, are you looking for a number tonight, Mr. Williams, or?
Hold on a second, Mr. Williams. No, go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I think in the human resource manager sent out, I think, kind of.
I saw a broad spectrum of what other people did and all, but I'm asking you, are you specifically looking for a number to be put out tonight, or what is your?
Yeah, I am, because this is a new process for us. I'm trying to kind of figure it out of the correct process and how to do it. But yes, I think tonight.
I will throw out a look based on what we received in the email and all. I'm willing to go with about a 10% would get her in line, I believe, with most municipalities, with the car allowance and all, where she's at now, or if that satisfies what you're trying to do. I'll offer that out there.
Mr. Manager?
I hate to insert myself because she answers directly to you, but I just wanted to throw one other piece of information on the table for your consideration. And I know there's a big jump in between, but when I first came here, I was shocked to see that the city clerk not only wasn't paid at a department head level, but was paid lower than just about any management employee we have. And so one other thing I would suggest to you is, I think our lowest paid department head gets paid $100,000, and there's a big range depending on people's service. So she is a charter officer. She does serve at the will of the council. So I would just ask you to just consider that also, that the disparity between her salary and just the department head. She is an administrator of a department. Aside from sitting up here and being in the line of fire, she's also an administrator of a department, and she doesn't get paid anywhere near a department head. So.
Mayor?
Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, George, for that element, because I think that was very important to be said. And not only that, but that I think even some of our assistants make more than she does at times.
Mhm.
They get overtime. They can make more than the city clerk, if you believe it or not. And that's just dealing with two of us. So, and how, I don't want to start throwing out numbers, but I mean, at some point in time, it's very close to what some of our assistants make. And so, it's just a very disparate. So, Mr. Burge, the 10%,
I wasn't aware of what
Okay.
other salaries are. I try not to get into that, so
Yeah, I know.
if somebody brings it out, that's fine. So I wasn't aware of what people make. I've never looked at salaries or anything, so
Yeah, no,
I would bring it up to where she makes what department heads make.
There you have it. And that is, as Mr. Manager said.
What I can do is, if your resolution is that she'd get paid either the average, or you can the lowest tier, or whatever we can do. But the easiest thing is, if you're okay with whatever the lowest paid department heads are, because she's a small department, we can offer her that, and whatever that number is, it's going to be in the 100 range, 100, 105, whatever that number is. And if you're all comfortable with that, she literally is doing what every other department head does, and she gets paid like a mid-level employee. So I don't know how that occurred years back, but I think this certainly would equalize the disparity that there is between her and the other department heads.
I'm happy with that, so I will.
You have the floor, Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, I'll make that motion that we bring her up to that level of management, and glad to do it. I think she does us a good job. She represents us well and answers any and all questions that are put to her. So I'm glad to do that. Make that motion.
Is there a second? Mr. Williams?
That everything else stays the same. I mean, we're not looking, but just that. That's all I'm asking for, okay? Thank you. And
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Robb?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fairclough? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations, you do deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was not expecting this. This is a surprise. I appreciate it very, very much. But I want you to know I was not looking for this. I enjoy serving you and serving this community, and I enjoy my work. And I just thank you for all of your support and resources that you provide for us to do our work in the clerk's office. Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Mayor, that's That's all of my business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maldonado.
Am I on?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I don't know if they're like auto or...
No, I have to do it.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And so, first, before anything, I'd just like to ask the city manager, I spoke to Dennis Maytan. I spoke to some residents in our area. There was some concerns and some questions, and we had a conversation of revisiting, you know, a conversation that we had years ago in regards to no parks or nothing over in that, and I'm sure you can recall that effort that we undertook in trying to find some property in order to see if we could buy a piece of property, build a park for some residents over at the Waterstone and East Side, as well as Vice Mayor's Fairclough's area as well. So we're trying to find something in the middle to kind of a location where those residents on the East Side would have a park, because other than that, we don't have no kind of park on Waterstone or next to Oasis. And so I was asking if Dennis Maytan could kind of start looking again. There was some property out there, and just to at least start the conversation or have that conversation. So I want to know if we get some direction in that.
Unless there's an objection, be happy to go and start surveying properties and see what's available. Obviously, we have the work that we did a few years back, but the market has increased and availabilities will be different, but we'll start looking around and make a list for you of what's available.
Okay. Any objection from council? Okay. So that's that. So other than that, you know, I felt like I've missed a few meetings, a few CAL meetings, but I've been away on the city's business. I was over in Washington a few weeks ago with the National League of Cities, and we're working on a global leadership development initiative. Some great policy and great discussions that are happening in Washington, and they are equipping us civic leaders to become global leaders. There's a huge market that's out there, an international market that's looking to come to the U.S. to do business. And we you know, I kind of look at Homestead and see all this space, and a lot of times I think our focus is just what we see here in Miami, or our thoughts are, let's see what business we could bring from Miami down here, or how do we do that? But yet there's an international initiative to bring some of those businesses down here to the U.S. And so some great discussions that happen over there. They provide a roadmap and policy in order to get those things moving forward. So I'm going to be working with that. As a liaison to the Beacon Council for the City of Homestead, I've engaged with them again recently, so I will be making many trips over there to Miami early in the morning in that crazy rush hour traffic. But in the sake and the name of love for this community, I think we need someone out there champion, you know, Homestead, and so I'll be out there. So thank you for Mr. Manager and Kate and staff and everyone that's sitting here. I know it's been a process to get to where we are today, but I'm sure it feels good that we're finally here. So congratulations to everyone. I'm excited to be here, excited to be part of the history of Homestead and having this first meeting here. So it's a historical moment. So I'll sit back and reflect afterwards and remember the people here, and I'll take some pictures with some of you folks just to memorize it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shelley.
Just one quick item, and that was to give an update. I know about 3 or 4 years ago, probably 3 years ago now, we had the issue with our military here in the HOAs. A lot of you guys, we passed a resolution in support of that, and many of you helped on that initiative. Myself and Rosa Brito at the Chamber worked side by side to try to convince some of the HOAs why it was their processing time for approval was negatively affecting our military men and women, and it was giving the city of Homestead a bad name such that the active duty and even the reserves were not willing to move here. And so we'd fought that for about 3 years trying to find a solution and worked with many different parties. Well, I'm happy to report that Senate Bill 184 passed this legislative session, and Bob Levy was one of the driving forces there to get that bill in front of the right person at the right time. And as well as, I know Kate helped work on this project, Rosa Brito, City Council, all of you helped support this, and Bob Levy's office, as well as the Florida Association of Realtors. But now they've passed a law that says that all HOAs, all condo associations, and general landlords must process an application for military men or women within 7 days. And so these military people only get 10 days of move pay. And so if they don't find a place within that time frame and get approved, they end up having to pay out of pocket for hotel expenses, food expenses for them and their entire family. And sometimes it was taking 30 to 60 days to process these applications. It was quite a hardship for these military men and women. So now there at least is something there to protect them. And hopefully, as long as the governor doesn't veto that, it should stay law, and that should be a big deal for our local area, because Miami-Dade County was hit hardest by this issue. So just want to give that update, and then also thank all of city staff for the move. I mean, you guys did a Herculean job of moving over. I think I joked with Kate saying she had to live up to David's expectations. He set the bar, you know, and she had to clear that, but he only moved in that little office. That was nothing compared to this. This was a much bigger challenge, and you rose to the occasion and met that challenge no problem. So that's what I said, David who now. So congratulations to all of you guys and all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor. Oh, you turned yourself off. Now you're on. Now you turned yourself off again. You're on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
On Monday, the Mayor's Youth Council and I will be traveling to Philadelphia for our annual education excursion, and I'm grateful to the community and Mayor and Council, those of you that have supported this initiative, and I'm excited that we've landed a meeting with the Mayor of Philadelphia and the Mayor's Youth Council. They will collectively have a visioning session and then forge relationships moving forward. So we're really, really excited about that, and I'd like to thank everyone for making that trip possible. And finally, I'd like to commend the community for their support of the general obligation bond that made it possible for us to be in this facility, as well as my colleagues who had the political will to help push this project forward. And then for staff, for the sweat equity, and I'm sure there was sweat that you put into ensuring that our opening was very, very successful. And I look forward to our We Are Homestead Festival on April 4th. I'm sure Begonia, you and your staff will have something, well, a lot of tricks up your sleeve for that day to make it very festive for our community. Really excited about that. And that's about it. I have nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've got a couple of points of business. First of all, an appointment to the General Employees Pension Board, Mr. Louis Rora. This was a recommendation from IBEW, as well as my role is to bring it to you for ratification, but it's been endorsed by the IBEW. So is there a motion to approve it?
Second.
Moved and seconded. So we got to do a roll call.
Councilman Shelley? Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
The second item was in reference to the discussion about a charter review process that we had. And we left the last meeting discussing, the fact that it's not a mandatory review process that we need to go through this year. So we kind of just talked about, let's do a mini version of this, and it's in here listed as a charter review committee. But I spoke with the attorney earlier, and it's really more of an ad hoc board, because it's really not the official process that we're going to have to do next year. But when we started looking at the recommendations for membership, it doesn't meet the criteria in the charter of a supermajority of residents, which we've got basically 4 residents and 3 non-residents. So at this particular point, all we can do, and jump in here, Mr. Attorney, if you tell me otherwise, all we can do is establish this ad hoc board, but we can't fill it with these people because we don't have the proper ratio of residents to non-residents.
Correct. If you want to establish the board for tonight to get the ball rolling, then I think that someone can make a motion to establish an ad hoc charter review board, and you can reevaluate the appointments, and you can ratify appointments at the next meeting.
And again, from your mouth, we have to have a supermajority of residents, which in this scenario, the ones that have been recommended, we don't meet that criteria.
My understanding from your direction is you currently have 4 residents of the 7 potential appointees. You would need 1 more. There's a code requirement that says that a supermajority of board members on each board shall be city residents and shall have resided within the city for a minimum of 1 year prior to their appointment.
Okay. So we can't establish this tonight. So it's going to cost us some time. We're going to have to look at the three that are on here, which are Dale Machesak, Mike Marcus, and Terry Weinstein. The others are all city residents. So now, from a procedural point of view, this has got to come up at another meeting. So that's going to roll us another 30 days unless the council is wanting to put together a special call. And that would give us the ability to walk in the room, establish this committee, and walk out, because it's just a procedural process at that time. So I'll leave it at that. So, Mr. Burgess, you had a comment?
I do, Mayor, and thank you. I too had concerns as the gentleman that spoke earlier tonight at public comment. I mean, this is, you can call it what you want, but it is a charter review board, and it's for people, I believe, that live in the city and that vote in the city. It's one thing to have somebody that maybe is on the planning and zoning board that has a business here and some other properties or something. But if you're not a voting member of the city of Homestead and haven't been for years, as the attorney just said, I don't believe you belong on this board. I believe it's for the citizens of Homestead to dictate what should be in their charter and nobody else from the outside. And that's just my feeling. And since we're going to be here on Monday, April the 4th, I know spring break's coming up, Easter break and everything, perhaps we could do something at 4:45 that afternoon, since it should hopefully be a brief meeting. Perhaps we could do something prior to the grand opening.
I mean, that's fine. It's just basically looking at everybody's schedule, because it would literally take 5 minutes.
Right.
So if everybody shows up on time, 5 minutes later, we'll be out of there doing, whatever other business
Correct.
we have to get done. Anything else, Mr. Burgess?
No, sir, that's it.
Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, that's what I was going to request, is that rather than wait for the entire month to go to the next council meeting, because again, our time frame starts getting shorter and shorter to get this process done properly and make sure that we give everyone plenty of time to go over all the information and then have some public meetings on that before we take a vote on it. I like that idea. I think that's fine if that's the date that works for everybody. In the meantime, I would also ask that we get the questions submitted at least. We can maybe knock that out next, so I know exactly what questions. I have the list you guys have before, so those are the ones I'll be working from, unless if I get any additional ones or if anyone takes any of those off the table. But any of you guys questions you guys have, the sooner you get those to me, at least I can get that part set up and then start working with staff on getting the information, because the information won't change as far as the scheduling goes and meeting with the committee. It's just the committee members are going to change. So I can get some of that stuff moving forward even without a committee once I know for sure the questions you guys want me to do the research on and have staff look at. I think that's all I had. And then just with the clerk, do we have contact info for all the current submitted?
Councilman, we would have to get it from them.
Okay, because that would be the other request, is that make sure that by that next meeting, once we vote on it, we already have contact info, and we can go ahead and start maybe even scheduling. I can work with scheduling the very first meeting even before they're ratified, assuming they do get ratified at that meeting. We can already hit the ground running versus having to then wait another week or 2 weeks to get going. So that's all I request.
And just for everybody's understanding, the charter is very clear. On every 5th year, we have to do or are required to do a full-blown charter review, and there are parameters set up in the charter that says this is how you do it. This is not one of those years where we're required to do that. So this is a kind of a process that the elected officials are saying, look, they have individually ways or questions about how currently our charter operates. So the process was let the individual council member put their question to, in this case, we've got Mr. Shelley as the chairman, put it to him. It goes in front of this group that's being established for just really just an advisory kind of a capacity. And then it ultimately ends up back in front of the council for approval to go forward to the voter. So it's really kind of it's not going to be the long drawn process that we would normally experience in a normal charter review process. So That's kind of the background. That's kind of how we're here. This is why it's not. If you look in the charter, it says it's a 5-board member. This is not the year that we have to do that. Next year we have to do that. So what we'll do is, Madam Clerk, you will we'll contact the members of the council, make sure that each of them can be here just a few minutes early on hopefully that day of the groundbreaking ceremony, so we can process this board. And we'll need to make sure that we get to that required number, at least to the 5, and hopefully to the 7. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if everybody would have their appointee fill out an appointment form, that would give us the contact information and the information we need to make a determination if they're residents of the city, please.
Okay. Mr. Shelley?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I forgot to give you guys kind of what I envision the process of, just so you guys know what I'm thinking. And essentially, the first meeting is going to be the typical introductory meeting, get everyone informed of how a charter review committee works, what sunshine laws, all that good stuff is kind of the first introductory, and set the schedule going forward at that time. And then each meeting thereafter will be a question. So we'll examine and we'll flesh out what that question means, what the different options are, how other cities do it, and then the committee will take a vote on that and figure out what they recommend. Once we get through those meetings, then the next step would be to take those potential recommendations to some sort of public workshops or hearings, so that the public has a chance to at least see it, weigh in, and give feedback, and then come back to us for a final decision. So that way it gets kind of fully vetted before it comes back for us to make those.
All right, sir. Thank you. Vice Mayor, and then Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor didn't turn you on.
Thank you. Just for the record, my appointee does live in the city, was born and raised in the city. But it still leaves a question as it relates to whether or not we are going to be proffering names for those individuals that live in the city, just to make sure we don't come back on April 4th and we're in the same spot where one person is assuming that the other council person will be bringing forth a different name, and we're back here not having members to place on the committee. And I do agree with you, Councilman Burgess. This is a very important committee, be it an ad hoc committee, whatever you call it. They're all advisory boards. We ultimately ratify everything. And for a committee that will make recommendations on how we govern in this city and our charter, I think it's very important for them to be residents in the city, not diminishing anyone's value that has been appointed to this committee, because I'm sure you will add value. But for this particular committee, I do support it being all residents in the city of Homestead. So I support what you referenced, Councilman Burgess.
Thank you, ma'am. The clerk's telling me we need an extension for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, please? No, is there a second? Mr. Williams has got a comment, and I've got a question, so I just need 10 minutes to get my end of the business. 10 minutes, and not probably less. Second. All in favor? Well, roll call, Madam Clerk. Okay. I forgot to be present.
Councilman Williams? Yes. Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Burgess? Yes. Vice Mayor Faircloth? Yes. Mayor Porter?
Yes, motion
carries.
Motion carries. Mr. Williams?
Yeah, my comment is procedurally. Since the applicants did not submit an application, there's assumptions that these persons do not live in the city, or that we have an application form. How can you determine if they're not living in the city if they were? No, what I'm saying is procedurally wise, the clerk said that they did not fill out an application. So how do you all verify that the 3 people or 4 people, how many doesn't live in the city, unless you did a drive-by their house?
We know they,
I'm just saying, you can't make statements like that and then you don't have the supported documents to indicate that. That's all I'm saying. We have to be careful about things that we say that are, out there, and then come back and they do live in the city. I'm just giving it, just got to be fair about it and clean about the process, that we're not making accusations with that,
and
without having proof.
Do you have a form that you have that we could have submitted to the applicants?
Absolutely.
And we just didn't do that. We were trying to push this through very quickly.
Exactly.
So what we did in pushing this through, we obviously have some appointees here that aren't, I mean, even if one was here, it would meet the criteria. Whether the council agrees to that those appointments is the next question. So, I mean, let me have the form, let us all have the form.
Yes, sir.
And we'll go back to our respective
Process.
requestees and have them fill it out and submit it correctly. And then that way we'll have time to do it prior to the 4th so that we'll have some clarity on this, okay?
We'll send out the form tomorrow, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The only other question I have is to Julio. The 328th Street project, in my lifetime, are we going to be able to see that project done?
Well, we're waiting on one property to get an agreement with regarding actually the owners of the property are taking us to court basically for the acquisition of that property. That should take place within the next month or two. After that, then all the land that's required for the expansion will be on our side, and we can move forward. The county is basically waiting on that one property as well as we are. So we're both waiting on that one particular, and the court process takes its time, and there's, our attorneys are trying as fast as possible, but there is a procedure that needs to be followed.
Okay. I just didn't know what holds it up. It seemed like it's been.
That's really the only thing.
It was 2 summers ago, then it was the next summer, and now it's the next summer, and it's a disaster.
Correct. There was 19 properties that we had to acquire, even though there were very small portions, but it is 19, and each one of them, depending on the owner, they each had their own ideas of what they were supposed to get.
That's fine. You answered my question. Mr. Attorney, please help push that project for us as much as we can. We need to get that ball rolling because that corridor is just overwhelmed. So that's all I have. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? This is an all in favor. We're going home.